So, I live in New York City, so it makes sense that I got this very quickly considering all of the lanes that are designated for it, but not a day after I asked chat to get a certain item for me on my throne. The day after, not 12 hours after the fact.
Was it delivered by a guy on a bike?
I don't know. I wasn't home at the time.
That would be hilariously ironic.
I kind of really wish that happened.
He just sadly takes it off of his bicycle.
Right, here you go.
Just like hold my hand out to him like that, like the music video where I'm just like I'm panning towards him with my hand stretched out.
You guys want to hear a hilarious throne story I have?
Yes.
What up?
So I have a throne as well, which people have been very generous for. I've had to stop putting model kits on there because, God help me, I have a surplus now.
Continue.
But my dad is now on first name basis with the delivery driver in our local area because he delivers all the parcels that I get through Throne. And my parents actually thought I had a shopping addiction. They actually were like, "Are you okay? Are you like good?" And I had to clumsily explain to my parents that no, other people are buying these things and I'm not paying for them and they're sending them. And I was up checking on my car and the delivery driver showed up and gave my dad another parcel for me. And I explained again like what Throne was. And my dad looked at me and said, "Tell them to buy me something." And I'm like, "Okay, Dad, I will." So I looked around and like asked people, he likes moose. So I found this like moose photograph book and I put it on my throne and I'm like, "Chat, my dad wants something from you. Here's this moose book." And in an instant, chat bought it, and I gave it to my dad yesterday because it arrived, and my dad was like, "This is amazing. It's a good start. Tell them to send me more things."
Your dad.
I have a similar story in that Aki told me that I was grounded from visiting my favorite orc proxy shops, and I'm like, "Hun, what's the problem?" She's like, you spent $2,000, and I'm like, "No, I didn't.
Someone else did."
So
yeah, no.
So Monty, may I suggest for your father on your dad's throne, a Douglas Oliver moose plush that's only like 7 inches tall.
Link it, and I'll see if I can find it in .ca because it has to come from .ca.
Because I am now holding in the palm of my 2 hands possum plush.
I'm gonna be so pissed. It's like, wow, I can't get my guts Nendoroid, but my dad gets all the moose objects you could ever dream of. This is crap.
Tell your throne to buy me popcorn.
I picture your father just holding 2 moose plushes and just saying, "I gotta tell you, this is pretty terrific."
Thank you, chat, for that. It's just kind of cute. My dad was very excited about it, but he was showing my mom too. He's like, "Oh, look at this picture! What a beautiful picture! Oh, look at the rack on that moose!" And I'm like, "I love you, Dad. I'm very glad you're excited."
Mr. Glue Dever is now throne-pilled.
Right?
Throne-pilled? You can take the red pill or the throne pill.
Hold on, I gotta give credit where credit's due. It was Thigh Goddess was the one who bought the moose thing for my dad.
Nice.
So thank you, Thigh Goddess.
Oh, Thigh Goddess real.
Connor, you want to take us away?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Unexpectables, believe it or not. We're here once again. And the group now known as the Reclaimers is back at it with another wacky adventure. But we can't continue on to those adventures without first going around the horn and introducing ourselves, starting with our favorite orc proxy enjoyer, Gaiden. What did they find you, and what are you up to?
See, I thought I was Tank King, Connor. When did I get dethroned?
You're not dethroned. You still maintain both positions.
Oh, I see.
You're not dethroned. You've got a throne, don't you?
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Hey.
I do, in fact. I'm not going to link it here because you all are insane, and I'm scared. However, yes, it is I. Hey, everyone, Gaijin Goomba is here. You find me at twitch.tv/Gaijin Goomba, no H, every Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday, 7 p.m. Central Time. Doing more build streams as of late because I have a backlog. That's why I'm not going to give you my throne link anymore. But speaking of orcs, I had a new video go up not too terribly long ago. Orc explaining how to speak Orc and understand Orc, because honest to God, I've had people ask me to do a video that explains Orc vernacular, and I'm like, you know what? An Orc should teach this. So I got my OC Glitstocker to do it. I've got another one coming up because everyone's been asking, hey, what are your thoughts on the Codex? What are your thoughts on the Dread Mob? And my thought is, I tabled my opponent turn 2. And the Stompa is actually really good with these rules. If these rules change, it will be bad again. But more of that later. It's just more of my thoughts and feelings on things. If you've ever want to see me nerd out really bad, and I mean really bad, this is the one to check out. But speaking of Warhammer in general, I've been doing my Patreon poll. I believe the next Witch Ninja over on the main channel is going to be over at Deathmaster Snitch. So I'm going to need some help because I don't know too much about that rat. So that's something I'm actually really looking forward to. Other than that, I'm just fine. There are so many, dude. FPS like flash sale, whatever on Steam. My Boom Shoot Indie Blood is eating good. So probably gonna be streaming a lot of that.
Did you see the upcomings?
Which ones? Because there
All
are a
of
couple.
them.
There are so many good ones
All
coming
right.
out, dude.
All right, so I'm just gonna say right now, the one I just got done beating, Fida Puri Samurai. I know that sounds really stupid. It's a really, if you know the music video Me, 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 imagine if that's but a video game. And it's actually really cool. It's low, it's like, it's definitely indie, but the vibe is really cool. I just have a list. Zito, send me a list. I need your list.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, that's me.
Excellent. Up next is Mark Allen Jr. Where can they find you and what are you up to?
You can find me drinking a regular Coke instead of Coke Zero because my local fast food place totally messed up the order, and I won't complain about it there, but you can find me on Twitter and Blue Sky at Mark Allen Jr. I do have a throne at the bottom of my Twitch here at Aeon Protech Gaming, if you want. And you can find me on TikTok at Mark Allen Jr. VA. Also, my incredibly adorable cycloptic cat bunny. Holy crap, my brain. She has an Instagram at Chonk5. Check that out. If you don't know by now, I occasionally pop my face into the anime world, and I'm happy to announce that tomorrow on Crunchyroll, you can watch an Archdemon's Dilemma, How to Love Your Elf Bride, and you can hear me as Barbatos. Not a character type I get to play very often. Had a lot of fun with it. He's kind of slimy and kind of a worm. So, hey, related to the show. I'm like anime worm tongue. That's not true at all, but you should check it out anyway. Yeah, that's pretty much all I can talk about right now, but I got some stuff working. So keep your eyes peeled. There's going to be some stuff in the future. Very excited to announce it when I can. And then, yeah, come by my streams on Sunday. We missed last week because I was dead tired, but this upcoming Sunday, 3-hour music challenge stream. Spin a wheel, get a genre, 3 hours to make it, 3 p.m. Central Time on my Twitch. Find me there. Okay, I'm done.
Very nice.
Next up is Zito. Where can they find you and what are you up to?
You can find me over at twitch.tv/Zito, where I also have a throne. I've been hanging out with my little friend servers, doing a bunch of VR stuff, doing a bunch of just multiplayer games, Helldivers being one of them. Lethal Company got fucked over because all the mods were broken, so I'm going to probably try that again with vanilla only, or at least attempt to do like either crowd control and more friends lobby thing. Hopefully those won't break. Beyond that, I am almost done with my little yokai flavored supplement. It'll be out very, very soon. However, if you would like to see one of the new subclasses I put out, which is the Belligerent Fighter, where it's, hey, you know how Shove isn't really all that spectacular? What if we had a subclass that just made it amazing? So you literally could just bully the fuck out of your opponents by shoving them and get extra benefits out of it. You can find that here if you are a playtester. I'll post it in chat. Right, playtesters will be able to get that, including some of the other stuff I put in there. The actual finished product will be out soon, where everyone else can just purchase it on their own dime. Also, here's my
Fantastic.
throne.
Yeah. Did you just link your throne in chat?
Can I?
For the meme, yes. It's
For the
funny.
meme, yes. I'm doing it for the meme. Fuck it. Here's my throne. What subclass is Zito talking about? It's called the Belligerent Fighter. It's gonna be it's on my Patreon for playtesting, and will be in a yokai-based supplement in the future, very, very soon in the future. On the Patreon as well.
Yeah, excellent. We got Edward Bosco. Where can they find you? What are you up to?
You can find me at Ed Bosco VA on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, and right here on twitch.tv/Edward Bosco, where tomorrow is more Throwback Thursday, and maybe we'll beat Tomb Raider. Maybe.
You've
One
said
day.
that for the last 4 weeks. What's going on? Get better.
I'm not playing the game.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
I beat the boss last week, but we weren't allowed to count it. Yeah, so that happened. No, Dawn has to beat the game. So yeah, come watch it and see if we can get through it. It'll be great. Friday's going to be more wrestling. Obviously, wrestling explains itself. Saturday, we're finally getting back to Yakuza with Connor. I've been missing in action. It's my fault. #blame Bosco. Also, Boulder's Gate. It's going to be fun. We're slowly inching towards Act 3, so if you haven't caught up, check out the YouTube and then come watch us live. It's fun. Prince Division plays BG3. Sunday is the Lord's Day, and I'll be resting, so leave me be. Monday is Mass Effect Monday, so hopefully I'll get to play some of that with Monty and Harkov. And then at night, no, it's all good. And then at Monday night, we'll hopefully be playing some D&D. We'll see. I'll keep you posted. And then Tuesday is Halo night, where we're playing Halo 5, and we finally beat the mission we've been stuck on for weeks. And it was fun. I had a blast. It was probably one of the most fun things I've ever done in my life. And now we're here on Wednesday. That's me.
Also, real quick, shout out Bosco's community. Somebody gave us, on my community, a very, very generous donation the other day. So thank you for that.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, whoever that was.
Sorry, real quick. I also need to thank that one other person for this.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Fuck out. Right on. Monty Glue, where can they find you and what are you up to?
Oh my god. You can find me at Monty Glue on Twitter and Blue Sky. You can find me at twitch.tv/Monty Glue and YouTube at Monty Glue. Tomorrow is a little up in the air. One of my high school friends actually is back in town for 3 days. So I'd like to hang out with them before they go back to Vancouver, because it's been a while and they're a really good friend. So there's a chance there will not be Dungeon of the Mad Mage tomorrow, but it's kind of here or there. I'll let you guys know. Check my Twitter. Friday will be more Final Fantasy. We're in post game. We fought Leviathan. It was very fun. There was dog petting. It was a great time. There was a lot of Rogadins. I was feasting. It was excellent. So definitely come by and check that out. And then Monday, hopefully more Mass Effect. Sorry, it's just last week was kind of crazy. But yeah, that's everything for me. Jazz hands.
Why, hey. I suppose all that's left is me. They can find me on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, and Blue Sky at Distortion Devil. I stream Tuesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. YARP. Not much deviation happening there. I'm also working on stuff for my DMs Guild. You can also check out the stuff that I've already written. Some homebrew content for 5th edition. Yes. This episode of The Unexpectables was brought to you in part by Die Hard Dice.
Die Hard Dice!
That's right.
Did it cut me off that time?
Yeah, you came in perfectly.
Excellent.
No, I got
cut you off.
Isa.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
One day.
It's your one-stop shop. For...
God damn it, Zito!
Dice and dice accessories. And if you head on over to dieharddice.com, you can use the code Unexpectables to save 10% on your order. Wise Dice should be restocking soon here. Not sure precisely what the status of that is, but
Soon.
did in fact receive word. You know what else? This episode is also brought to you by the Wandering Tavern.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's right.
Somehow we
Wandering
got
Tavern.
a second sponsor.
It's true. Somehow we managed it.
The Unexpectables never have a second sponsor at home.
You may be asking yourself, what is the Wandering Tavern? Well, Wandering Tavern is a Kickstarter project by Homie and the Dude, the father-son team. They make TTRPG content. They also made the Sky Zephyrs supplement, which sort of leads into the Wandering Tavern, as the Wandering Tavern is itself a Sky Zephyr. In the Wandering Tavern, you will be able to explore, interact, and tell amazing stories with your friends as you get immersed in this unique and fantastical location inspired by the works of Studio Ghibli. It includes a huge TTRPG agnostic setting that can be plugged into any world, full of history, 15 giant maps with 23 unique key locations, 33 plug-and-play NPCs, complete with stat blocks, plot hooks, new mechanics. You can build your own airships, new magical items, 7 illegal trades, and much, much more.
That's right,
Available.
crimes, ladies and gentlemen. You can get crimes.
There are new crimes.
More crimes?
You can get yourself some new crimes with the Wandering Tavern. Also check out our merch store. We got some new designs in the pipeline. I keep saying that, but this time it's true. Yeah. Basically, you can turn any of these designs into anything you could possibly want. Apparel, water bottles, flags, posters.
A
It's
pair
crazy.
of water bottles.
Whoa, that's true. Whoa. And you know what? We also couldn't do this week in, week out without bits and subs from our wonderful viewers. Such as Therapod Art.
Oh,
Oh.
boo!
Thank you for the 49 months.
Dang.
Dax99, thank you for the 49 months. Skeletalpha, thank you for the 49 months.
Hi, Skelly.
Constable
We
Mutton,
rated them, didn't we?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, their stream was really good.
You hear that,
Hey.
Skelly? You're a
Yes.
streamer.
Yes, Skelly, you good people.
that's a free plug right there. Constable Mutton, thank you for the 49 months. Eben Sky, thank you for the 45 months. Masamune84, thank you for the 39 months. Barbecue Man, thank you for the 49 months.
Barbecue man. Barbecue.
Harmless NPC, thank you for the 49 months as well. Mika and Pachi, thank you for the 25 bits. Dark Lord Popo, thank you for the 43 months. Impact Frame, thank you for the 46 months. X Wiley Willy, thank you for the 49 months. The Talbs, thank you for the 49 months at tier 2. Shell Hearts, thank you for the 4 months. Zenlita, thank you for the 48 months. DRK Gannon, thank you for the 46 months of Prime. Mr. Insecure, thank you for the 49 months. Null and Void, thank you for the 100 bits. Lord Commissar Manslaughter, thank you for the 45 months. Meek the Bassist, thank you for the 48 months. Barrel X, thank you for the brand new sub. Blossome the Robot, thank you for the 44 months. Vonavon, thank you for the 47 months. Dice Ruler, thank you for the 4 bits. Adam Hart, thank you for the 5,000 bits.
Oh.
Tribal Born, thank you for the 1,000 bits. The Dang Master, thank you for the 500 bits. Screaming at Seagulls, thank you for the 49 months. Nick Vaughn, thank you for the 100 bits. And W. Joe, thank you for the 49 months. Robomom, thank you for the combined 400 bits. Sloth 0130, thank you for the 49 months. Messenger of Chaos, thank you for the 2,000 bits. Groudon Knight, thank you for the 10 bits. Level 1 Eevee, thank you for the 30 months. Camo Black, thank you for the 14 months of Prime. Miss Tweedums, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub to Monty Glue.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Ruh-roh.
That's
What?
sub to your own channel.
I'm not sub to my own channel. I'm sorry.
Skench the Knoll Barbarian, thank you for the 49 months. Emerald Bandit, thank you for the 100 bits. Blackfoot Ferret, thank you for the 49 months. Like Tabuya123, thank you for the 49 months. Groudon Knight, thank you for the additional 10 bits. And Box Chi, thank you for the 100 bits.
Oh, is that everything? Oh, sorry, I was completely zoned out.
Yerp.
Writing the intro. All right, well, if that's the case, then I guess we're ready for a world of wonder like no other.
Under the shining sun!
What? Salud?
Don't French me. When last we left our heroes, Otho, the Shifter Rogue, Milo, the Azamar Cleric, Iscan, the Lizard Folk Druid, Kai, the Human Wizard, and Gaius, the Satyr Fighter, the Reclaimers, as they are now known, have taken the ship, the world's oyster, to make their way to the city-state of Pud. After leaving the comfortable estate of the Strongmore family, the party found themselves hired as mercenaries, along with the enigmatic Kier, the Lysender Bard, to travel aboard this cargo vessel loaded with goods for the dwarves. After meeting with the ship's captain, Kina, the party heard a poem recited by Kier, a poem about a black goat known as the First Sacrifice. After being haunted by this poem, the party enjoyed several days of comfortable travel, but were stopped one morning when an abandoned vessel was seen over the horizon. Boarding this abandoned vessel, the party was ambushed, discovered that this was in fact not a boat, but a mimic taking on a boat's form to take advantage of kind sailors at sea. After dispatching the creature and gathering what goods they could from its body, the party returned to their boat and continued a few more days of travel. Now, as some landmass comes into view, we return to the Reclaimers, and we return to the Unexpectables.
That was a very generous description of what happened.
I like the part where you didn't mention that we almost got it.
Yeah,
Or the fact that we turned that thing into dust.
that too. At this point in your venture, it's been about, I'm going to say it's been about 18 days.
Goodness.
A
Wow.
lot of days.
Yeah. Over the course of the days, the hardtack is manageable. There's some dried meats, which makes it a lot better, but it is definitely not the very nice cooking that you're used to from Milo. Unfortunately, Milo, on this vessel, this very wooden vessel, there's not really a dedicated space to light any sort of fire to cook anything up in a frying pan. But the tack is okay. Over the course of the days, you hear Kier on the more quieter days when the sailing is good and the weather is fair. Sings various songs, stories of heroes, other tales of creatures stalking the night and being revealed to be just like a cat or something. There's a lot of pleasant, jaunty kind of dancing songs. Of course, you gotta have your sea shanties.
Friends? Oh, shit.
However, as the days go by, no other dangers seem to present themselves, and as fair weather comes in, you guys haven't experienced a storm. It seems the further you get from Martiralo itself and past the coast of Athol, the better the weather becomes.
Good.
You go over your expected days, however, because not all days were a fair wind, as about 23 days in total your journey takes. It is then that Kina steps aboard and proclaims that you've made it into the waters of Ironkind.
Yay!
You can see land masses peppered over the horizon, and as the days continue, I believe, and this is more for Mark than anyone, Mark, you can see the new map that we have.
Big man.
I'd like to remind everyone who may not have been here, we're very, very close to Milo's hometown. So he's very
who's Milo?
excited. Oh, he's just some nerd. You probably never heard of him.
I haven't. Okay, cool.
He's the guy who's been making sure we don't die of starvation.
So
he was the one that I read about in the YouTube comments.
So I'm
Or
going
die
to
in
give.
general.
You know what? No one gets sun toast except me. And you know what? And
Whoa.
Gaius.
Who?
I was about to
Complimented
say,
you.
I didn't say shit.
Yeah,
I
Vito was quiet. You can
complimented
give him
you.
sun toast.
Just gonna
I
give
don't
it
fucking
Kier.
say
Give
shit.
it to-
I'm out here getting
Give
punched.
it
Just
to
gonna be-
Kier.
I was gonna give you toast. Do you not want toast?
Nah, I want it.
Okay. Sorry.
That's all good. All right. As you guys continue, you realize that you can see the actual landmass of Athol. It is unlike any other sort of coastal landmass you've seen. You're used to either the rocky or the sandy beaches, but the coastline, if you could even call that, is a fjord of basalt rocks that rise up in a sheer rock cliff. No signs of purchase, no signs of pathways, and there's not a single dock to be seen. It is honestly like walking into the yawning mouth of a canyon. You feel equal parts vulnerable and safe at the same time, as the boat, over the course of the days, makes its way further and further inland into this strange basalt bay.
Cool.
You are informed to keep your eyes on a swivel, as it is known that some harpies tend to nest around Basalt's Rise.
Oh no.
Do we
Not
know any-
commonly, but occasionally.
Do we know anything that might be strategically important about harpies?
Kina tells you a story about the fact that they sing with a beautiful falsetto voice, luring in sailors, but that's all he knows.
Got it. Nuke anything that's singing in a falsetto on the shore.
Kira's
Never
playing
mind.
music.
I'm glad you specified the shore because I'm like, you might want to kill Kier.
And Kai was here practicing his opera.
Although Kier's singing isn't that great, so I'm sure the harpies will.
Turns to a crewmate. Happy birthday to you. A fucking arrow just hits him in the forehead.
We do not sing the forbidden song.
As you get closer and closer, and as the days go by inside of this yawning ocean cavern, you notice that the sailors are very excited. As the more days come by, they seem to be getting more giddy and there's more anticipation for them.
We're heading to Tortuga, aren't we?
Dwarf
Mystical
Tortuga.
quest.
For the
That's
Isle
like,
of Tortuga.
bro, that's like fucking 15 times more rowdier than regular Tortuga if it's all nothing but dwarves.
Dwarven Tortuga.
Yeah, dwarf Tortuga.
You can truly see on the map this channel.
This is
Yes.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, we're on twitch.tv/unexpectables.
Oh my god,
Got
shut up,
him.
Zeno!
Oh my god, are we live right now?
Darn. Oh my god.
Your
Right in the microphone.
favorite.
Our second sponsor is like, oh god, what have we done?
Oh, you're gonna learn today.
As you guys travel, at this point, your venture taking 29 days. You begin to see something in the stone face on either side of this massive channel. You see carved into the rock massive statues of two dwarven kings facing each other from across this channel. You can see that their eyes are these large sconces of flames, and you notice that their bodies seem to have carved into the natural sort of depiction of chainmail and armor, staircases and small holes. It seems to be some sort of series of watchtowers, and also a gateway into Basalt Bay. These statues are absolutely massive. They're bigger than like 2 pinnacle rocks stacked on top of each other on either side. And they seem to be made out of a sort of square cut stone. You can see surrounding them basalt stone that seems to have been carved away to make, essentially to build these two figures up. The one on the left appears to be a wizened, older dwarven king with a large helmeted crown, beautiful beard strung with runes. And on the other side, it appears to be his son, a younger dwarf with a bit of a shorter beard, holding a sword, while the king is holding an axe pointed overhead. And as your boat slowly sails underneath, the shadow casts over, passing through. Kier runs to the side of the boat to just stare at these beautiful statues.
Push them over.
However, as you pass by and look behind you, you notice that the sun statue, half of its face seems to have been crumbled and destroyed. Signs of scorch marks on the other side of some sort of attack or siege.
Oh, Captain,
Aye!
why is that part of the statue right there crumbling so poorly?
It's probably because of the dragons.
Oh, that's right, we're going to Dragon Country. I kind of forgot.
Yeah. The Tower of Scales isn't too far off from here. And he kind of points in this direction.
Yeah.
Can I
So-
look with the use of spyglass of some sort?
You are currently in a channel, and the walls are taller than your ship is.
Oh, wait, what?
No, that's fine. I wanted to look at the. You said there were like stairs and watchtowers carved into the statues. I wanted to see if there's anybody in there.
Yeah, go for it. Perception check with advantage if you want to borrow Kina's spyglass.
We're straight up in
Yes,
the Suez
please.
Canal right now.
Yeah, these walls rise up like 100 or so feet.
You're gonna rise up. No.
With advantage, that's a 22.
You do. As you kind of look, you notice that the eyes, that they seem to be like these like bowls of flame. You can see about 10 or 15 dwarves kind of mulling about around that area, this kind of large opening. You notice going up the stairs are some dwarven soldiers as well. Notably, their helmets, you can tell they have like these, not like Viking curved horns, but like these sort of like black dragon front-facing curved horned helms on them. As you kind of look on both sides, it seems like both sides kind of bear different heraldry, but they're armored similarly. You count probably about 70 soldiers on like that you can see at least on the outside.
Well, those towers are really heavily guarded. I'm sure
Aye.
if the dragons keep attacking, they're going to eventually have to find a new place to hunker down.
You might be surprised. They've been fighting the dragons for around 100 years now, apparently.
Oh, wait, are these statues garrisons?
They act as them, yeah. There used to be called the Gatekeeping Kings, a depiction of one of the ancient kings of the Dwarven Kingdom. I'm not really brushed up on my Dwarven history, though. I'll leave that to the smart people. But they repurposed them as a sort of way to make sure that Dwarven ships come in and out. Not that there's any more Dwarven ships coming in and out. Oh, that reminds me. Milo,
Aye.
if we hear a call for dragons, I might recommend you go below deck.
Why?
Just you.
Dragons aren't like any dwarves. It's very kill on sight, and while you're not a dwarf yourself, you are in some bulky armor. They might not understand the difference, especially if they're younger.
Yes, Milo, go hide under deck.
No, like he will not in understanding, but he will have the Cusco bring it on face.
That is so oddly specific, but I know exactly what you mean.
But he doesn't have a beard.
It doesn't matter. They won't care. I mean, if he's below deck, you won't smell like dwarf, and that's enough to make us pass through. We're lucky. The dragons don't want to mess with any other individuals except for the dwarves, so looking at our entourage, we should be hopefully okay. It might take some interest in Kier, though.
Money, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Would any of us have any knowledge about dragon culture?
Arcana or history?
Is that open
know
for
those.
anybody?
Yes, that's open for everybody.
Cool, fuck it.
If you speak the language, does it help?
It
Having
does,
studied
but
it?
it's still a standard roll.
Fuck.
It's 12.
12?
I'm gonna roll history because it makes sense for Gaius. Arcana makes no sense.
That's
History's fine.
18 Arcana for Iskan.
Okay.
14
I will
history
also
for
do
Gaius.
this.
Othor, are you rolling history?
I am rolling history.
Then I'll do an Arcana. Let's see.
Because I didn't pay attention in history class. I was a bad... Wow.
Well, all right.
The same number.
Hey,
Check
Othor, I'm
out.
glad we know all the same shit all the time.
Hell yeah.
I'm just looking something right now.
Dragons have scales.
They do. They do have scales.
Yay!
Very good, Kai.
I
You get
did
the
it.
gold star.
Oh, wow. I've never been told that I did something well before.
God, that's God,
All right. So we have a 12, an 18, a 14, a 16, a 16. The interesting thing is all of you know different information about different dragons, considering where you're all from. Milo, you've of course heard stories. You don't know details, but you know that gold dragons historically tend to ally with Orun. Not all the time, but many Orun hymns do speak of golden dragons who, instead of pledging themselves to Orthok, they instead pledge themselves to Orun as a sort of bastion of fire. Unfortunately, that's all you really know. Iskan, where you're from, Zoko, you've heard a lot about black dragons specifically, given the very humid and almost sometimes jungle and swamp-like nature of your country. In fact, several of them actually are allied with the Grawl Moor and are worshipped by the Grawl Moor. Yeah, big oofer there. So your knowledge about dragons in particular is not a very pleasant one. At least chromatics can tend to be a little bit more violent, though it's not exclusive. In fact, hearing about a gold dragon or a metallic dragon being, not so keen on others is not, like, entirely out of character. Dragons are not by any means universally benevolent or vicious. It kind of comes with their surroundings and their circumstances, just like any other living creature. However, the black dragons of Gralmore to be particularly vicious and vindictive. They tend to relish in torture and enslavement. Otho and Kai with the same role, which is great. You've heard several stories of bronze dragons in particular. They have made themselves known in Martorado several times, for better and for worse. Some of them have terrorized the coastline because they deem that a drudging party stole something from it. But there's also been bronze dragons who have shown up just out of intense curiosity. There's also plenty of stories and tales of bronze dragons secretly being aboard fishing vessels and revealing themselves to save their comrades during a great battle. They tend to be sort of, they like to be involved with justice, but sometimes can be a little bit overbearing in upholding said justice. As for all of you, out of all of you, gold dragons, you've heard to be the most noble of the metallic dragons. However, again, that has very little bearing depending on their circumstance. In fact, Milo, you've heard rumors that there have been known to be gold dragons who have burned villages to the ground because of Orun specifically. Like, they've become a bit tyrannical with their own worship, similar to the men of worshipping Orun as well.
Of course. Fucking Orun, man.
Oh, what was that, Clay?
No, that was Bosco. Fuck
No,
Orun.
It's just the,
No, I
it's
know.
just the blue shimmering pan hovering behind his head.
No.
Slowly sheaths the fireball back in my sleeve.
I'm gonna duck behind my screen. You can't hit me if you can't see
Otho?
me.
As you guys pass over through the swords and eventually make your way past, you hear a noise blaring out from the slightly open mouth of the dwarven statue, which, Escan, at this point you kind of actually move the spyglass down and notice it. You can see a massive horn where a tongue should be, and you see a dwarf kind of blaring on it, and you all hear this sort of low, like... Yeah, like
Sure,
that.
why not?
You're welcome.
Good.
Gondor calls for aid.
The immersion.
And Kina kind of walks up to all of you and goes, "Oh, that's the classic dwarvish hello for us sailors. Sounds like we're making our way." And as you
Not to
guys...
be that guy, Monty, but what did Gaius get anything from his check?
Oh, right, Gaius. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Sorry.
It's okay.
Gaius, you have the most unique knowledge about dragons, considering where you came from. Yeah. You've heard all sorts of stories from your family about various different dragons. Two in particular that you've never heard anyone talk about, like, here, like in Alton at all. There are cautionary tales of the Jabberwocky, a insect-like dragon that is known to cause confusion and unrest and trick travelers in the deep woods to eat them. They're a horrible creature and very ugly, with bug-like eyes and beaver-like teeth, but the body and the wings of a dragon. But you've heard nobler stories of moonstone dragons. Dragons from the Feywild who specifically act as guidance for the ancient elves in the ancient past. And you've also heard the tales of the trickster-like fairy dragons who've been known to descend down and confuse would-be travelers and, well, play pranks and things like that, of which you've heard.
Don't trust the Fae.
Rule. Those guys rule.
Don't trust the Fae.
That is what each of you know, based on your own knowledge and bringings up.
Glad I asked.
We've all had very diverse backgrounds in dragons.
Yeah, just like, Eldritch Abomination. Thank God Gaius peeped the horrors.
Gaius looked into the book and said,
Gaius is the only one of us who
fuck.
could have looked at the book and just been like, interesting, and then closed it and walked away. With like,
If anybody else opens that book, that gets burst into flames.
The rest of us are like, there's gold, there's black, there's bronze, and Gaius is like, there's Jabberwocky, there's Moonstone.
And you're like, what the fuck are you going on about?
Gaius?
There's RGB.
Oh, Gaius. He's not Arcana based. He just is going off about shit. He doesn't
What do you mean
read
you don't?
books.
What do you mean you don't take the RGB dragon seriously?
Oh, Jesus.
The fuck is magenta?
2 more days of travel happen through the
Monty's
channel.
already done
We
with
are
it.
well. We are
Go to
well
fucking
overscheduled.
shore.
I just want to point out we are 11 days past estimation. So
You absolutely are,
That's
yeah.
more money for us.
Yo.
yeah, but that's a whole month that has passed that we've just been at sea.
Yeah, but what's the worst that could happen?
We get back and there's no Eason Vale anymore.
I said the worst that could happen.
Oh.
2 days later,
The channel continues.
as you guys
You
are
make it
kind
to
of
the
about
bay.
the deck, Kier is playing, a very jaunty tune. What's everybody's passive perceptions?
15.
EastCon.
15.
13.
Say it, Mark.
Well, I want to hear Kai's first.
12.
Mine is 23. Yeah.
And
I
Kai?
remember. 10.
Local sailor boy cannot see. All right.
Listen, motherfucker, I got my
Just-
perception with Remy. I don't get to see shit anymore.
Just-
Remy
Alright.
saw
just
everything.
got-
Kai sees nothing.
He's got 2 eye patches on his face while he's sucking on an orange. Scurvy got him.
I'm not here to see shit. I'm here to blow shit up. Okay, I'm not that bad.
So who has 15 or higher passive perception?
That's
Everybody
me.
but
I
me,
do.
Okay, Milo, Gaius, and Escan for sure.
Yep.
All right, as the 3 of you are on the deck currently, just enjoying your time listening to Kier play, a glint hits your eye. And as the 3 of you kind of look over your shoulder, you notice 2 sort of interchanging metallic forms barreling their way towards the ship.
Oh no!
How far away? Like really
Very far away. You can just see them slightly. They seem to be coming from the mainland, and they seem to have jumped off of the side of this basalt rock going in this direction. And they're coming towards you.
Is there money a place I can go to essentially go under deck, but also be able to see and hear what's going on?
The cargo hold for sure, yeah. And you could easily climb on top of a crate and listen in.
Time to run.
Because if I will heed the advice, but I want to make sure I can see and hear everything. Because to Milo, this is very strange. The whole concept of gold dragons attacking like this. So
Run beneath deck. Cow.
Meanwhile, Iskan's gonna go, Captain?
He kind of looks up and goes, "All right, lads, be on your best behavior. We got visitors." You watch as all the sailors kind of look up in the direction, and they begin to kind of like furl up the sails and kind of run about the deck and clean things up. And Kier's just like, "Oh, what's going on?" Like, it's just like happily watching as the chaos kind of happens. No one's scared.
I point him to the incoming dragons.
Oh, dragons! I've never met a dragon before. I've seen them before, but I've never met one.
The only one I've ever met wasn't exactly in a state for good conversation, so I don't really know what to expect here.
Oh, that is a shame. Notably, none of the sailors seem afraid. They just seem to be kind of going through the paces as they furl up the sails. And you watch as they actually drop the anchor as well.
oh,
What?
And as the ship slowly comes to a stop, Kina kind of makes his way down, puts a hand on his waist, and just kind of waits. And kind of turns towards the rest of you and goes, "Unless this thing gets hairy, I ask that you stay your weapons and be polite."
Aye.
okay.
Fireball. Got it.
You watch as the 2 figures get closer and closer, and their size gets larger and larger. They are not as big as Glean, but they are getting there, I'll say that much. You watch as glimmering into view, you see these two gorgeous dragons with golden scales and these sort of long, like almost like a mustache, like these long whiskered faces, almost like a beautiful catfish. Eyes of a sort of coppery hue or white, and fins and fronds that come off of them in a beautiful sort of framing of their face. As they kind of dip towards the water, they actually dip beneath the height of your ship, and you watch as their sort of arrow-shaped body appears. Their wings are actually attached to the full length of their serpentine bodies, almost like a natural kite that makes its way over the water, buffeting up the seawater behind them. But as they rise up above the ship, water sprays onto all of you like a gentle mist, before the two dragons drop onto the ship. One at the front, one at the back where the helm is. One of them, you notice, has a vicious scar running down the side of its neck and face. The other one has a more elegant look to it, thinner and has less of a mustache, but has these sort of glimmering eyes. You watch as Kina walks forward, and does anybody speak Draconic?
Ooh.
Anyone?
Eastgen does.
Eastgen does. I think Kai does too, right?
I think so.
Double check. It's important.
Yes.
Okay. You hear Kina say in Draconic, "Ah, my friends, come to inspect our wares once again." And the dragons don't really acknowledge him, but they start like smelling the ship like hound dogs. Like they actually start sniffing everywhere on the vessel. And Milo, as you're beneath deck, you can kind of hear and see through the grid. You notice like almost like a dog's muzzle like squeezing through a chain link fence. The nose of a gold dragon kind of squeeze itself down into the cargo and taking a long whiff.
Poop the snoot.
No.
Don't get snorted, Milo.
Yeah.
The other dragon, who's not really looking around but seems to be more like staring at all of you, she speaks in Draconic as this gold dragon says aloud, "You travel with strange individuals, Captain Kina, but you find yourself in good company." And Captain Kina, at this point, for those who don't understand Draconic, actually kind of gestures towards all of you and goes, "Would-be heroes, apparently, doing good work." And the dragon kind of looks down and speaks in common. "You are heroes, I am told."
Yeah.
The reclaimers of Easonvale.
Easonvale. My forebear speaks that Easonvale was under a dark cloud of undeath and darkness.
It was.
Due to our efforts, it is no more.
How did you cure such a land? I am curious.
Oh, hey, Monty.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to slowly start making my way out because I want to be in this conversation.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure you want to do that?
So, I know that there's potential danger in that, but if they know who we are...
Could Milo, like, project his voice from down below to talk to the dragon without them seeing him so that he could participate without risking
Just yelling
being
from
pulled
below
away?
deck.
Could he just call out to them like, "Hey, Monty"?
It's up to you. You guys can do whatever you want.
I think as long as you call out from down below and they can hear you, you're gonna be good.
I'll just wait.
I'm gonna say do what you want to do.
Yeah, do what you want to do.
Because
I can't
story is story, and if you
Honestly,
feel that
and we've already
Milo would
beat
want
up-
to be involved, do it. Like I'm not
And
gonna.
we've already
hold
beat
you.
up a dragon before,
just
so
keep
we
going.
can do it again.
Just keep going. This one?
Right. She asks you, how did you lift the darkness from this place?
Good at our jobs.
Okay.
Fucking nerd.
Okay. I guess Gaius will just like peep up. an old specter. An old specter's grasp on the entire landscape. One that was sick and dying was put down by our hands.
I see. It is impressive to see mortals challenge the will of Blightwing. His ash plague has spread across the land, bringing desolation and death.
You are aware of him?
We are very aware of him. He was once a red dragon, my forebear's great foe. He presided in Alton long time ago and was deigned to die, but he betrayed that end.
Well, we seek to find some sort of way to at least repel or keep the plague away from us, or keep it at bay from any other neighboring nations.
My forebear speaks of 4 champions that Blightwing has attuned himself to. That may be your key.
We know of
Right.
these champions.
Then you know your foe well.
Indeed we do.
The other dragon at this point is kind of sniffing. Milo, roll a stealth check for me.
Oh no.
Where is that? Is this with disadvantage because armor, or is this smell based?
Yep. This
Okay.
is disadvantage.
Fuck.
Cool, that's a 3.
Come on.
Okay. Yep. He succeeds. Sorry, I should put something away.
Great. All right. Can we ready?
Just calm down, good grief.
Milo, as you're kind of listening up, you kind of lean forward, and as you lean, one of the crates falls to the ground and clatters open.
Mm-hmm.
And you watch as a bunch of pearls pour out on the floor, like a bunch of marbles onto
God,
like
jeez! Oh my god!
Whoops.
The caltrops
The
have been
male-
dropped.
the male gold dragon, who hasn't spoken at this point, turns to Kina and goes, "You hide someone below deck." And Kina immediately kind of stiffens and goes, "We weren't sure how you were going to react, so yes, we kept someone below deck. Milo, remember that advice I gave you? Never mind. Delay."
Just gonna from as the door slowly opens, just half the head is gonna be peeking out and then full face so they know that I have no beard.
All right. As you peek your head out, both of the dragons kind of leer at you. The male dragon that has the scar specifically seems like the most bared teeth. The female gold dragon seems a bit more serene and level-headed, but you get the sense, for everyone's passive perceptions, it kind of betrays a similar sort of off-puttedness.
So
Go ahead.
okay. As they react to my presence, I want to hold up my holy symbol of Orun to see how they react to it.
The male dragon's head immediately fronds out and he snarls at you and goes, "This one bears the mark of the betrayer." And the female dragon immediately stiffens up and you can see her teeth kind of clench. Belay that, brother. You're not allied with the... Oh yeah, go ahead, guys.
I'd like to say something before she says anything. I stare at the male dragon, and I say out loud as I walk in between the both of them, "Aye, you speak to our other companions that fell the creature that was casting a curse over Blightwing."
You see, brother, not all those who wield the mark of the sun do so for tyranny and false justice. The male dragon kind of hisses back, and at this point they're both speaking in Draconic again. And the male dragon kind of snarls back and goes, "They befoul an ancient one's name. They make me sick." And he kind of turns towards you and kind of bares his jaws.
Iskan is gonna raise a hand very slowly to get their attention and kind of speak to them in Draconic. Our friend Milo is aware of those deeds and those people, but he has spent his whole time traveling with us trying to right those wrongs.
The male dragon kind of now turns his whole head. It's, by the way, when these creatures move, the entire boat like sways to the side. It's very off-putting. The male dragon's head that was currently turned towards Milo then turns towards you, Eastcan. And he kind of growls towards you and goes, "Those wrongs can never be righted. The pain that which was incurred can never be healed until time passes enough. The wound is fresh. You would not understand as one who is so short-lived." The female dragon then chimes in and goes, "They carry a bearer of a holy symbol, one who is enigmatic and disliked, but our forebear has told us only to kill dwarfs. You carry not the blood nor bones of our brethren, nor do you harbor our enemies. We have no ill will with you. You may travel as you see fit." And the two dragons kind of turn towards each other. And you watch like the female dragon kind of stares at the male dragon, and the male dragon kind of like kind of snarls impatiently. And the two of them take off into the air. The ship is kind of jettisoned. All of you kind of have to hold on to the banister. And Milo, you were in the middle of the ship, and you kind of like slide a little bit.
Yeah.
But as they kind of fly off, you can hear them kind of yelling back and forth, but it's too far away and there's too much other noise to hear what they're saying. But before you know it, they head back east and out of sight.
This entire time, Milo's been very, like, braced, very obviously nervous, and he just lets out a gigantic sigh of relief. Oh, I'm glad that's over.
Honestly, not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah.
I think the fact that we're all still alive attests to that.
Aye. All the dragons here are so hostile and violent.
No.
I miss the Fey dragons. At least they had a sense of humor.
No. I think they're right. They're right to be upset like they are. Looks over to Otho.
He's just silently staring.
It would be in everyone's best interest, I think, if we can all learn to take things a bit slower, absorb more information before we cast judgment. And he looks back.
Otho nods. Gives him a smile.
In case
That
you're
is
traveling...
what I tried to tell them. I don't know if it took, though, so... If we ever encounter more dragons, I guess we'll have to see how they react.
Those two are, in case you care too much. If you're coming by here by way of boat, it might be good to know their names. They do like it if you act a little bit more personable. That was Duranda and Oni Neno.
Wait. Oh, never mind.
Can you spell those out for us?
Yep,
please?
I will grab them for you.
I
Duranda.
was typing it in, and it came up as like, "Did you mean this?" And I'm like, "Did we meet these people already?"
No, you've never met these dragons before. Also, given that your knowledge with Glean, these dragons are younger. They're definitely younger than Glean, but they're not wormlings by any means. They're pretty old.
They're adult, at
Their
least?
classification would be young.
I would say young, yeah. Would
Young,
be
okay,
pretty
wow.
good classification.
We can take
Yeah, we
maybe
can.
one, not two.
Give us a level or two.
If anything, guys, maybe it's good that I'm honest about who I am and what I represent, what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, well, maybe, Kina says, maybe not at the expense of my boat. If and it's all the same.
Would it be better for me to hide what I am and have them become even more suspicious, or to be upfront with them, Captain?
To be honest with you, I don't know. As long as you're not a dwarf, it should be fine. But I'm a bit worried about you being snatched and dropped, I suppose.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. He just bean smiles.
Oh,
Yeah,
they should not. That is not a worry whatsoever.
Fortunately, young Mr. Brightbeam can fly.
Well, be lucky it wasn't their father. He would probably scorch you just for even the presentation you bring yourself with.
They did mention their forebearer.
Oh, yes. There's an ancient dragon that's housed up in, what do they call it? Their capital
Tower
is
of Scales.
No, that's probably where these two came from. It's an old, crumbling elven tower in the deep wood. But further north inland, there's a place called the Ember Alcazar. That's where their ancient forebear resides. She, in particular, has quite a disdain for the dwarves of Ironkind.
There's a piece of this puzzle that I don't understand. They disdain dwarves, and then they disdain worshippers of Orun. Is there a connection between those?
You'd be the one to have to answer that one, I'm afraid. Don't know.
We may find our answers in Ironkind.
I wouldn't bring it up too much. You're more likely to make enemies. The dwarves... You don't want the dwarves to think you're on the dragon's side, and you don't want the dragons to think you're on the dwarves' side. I hate to break it to you, but you're kind of betwixt two very different, unopposed worlds, and both of which are incredibly stubborn.
Why are they even fighting?
I don't know. Has to do with some sort of war, and the reason why the country over exploded.
Right, we heard about that. Alder Hoketh?
Yes, that'd be it. You're probably gonna have to find a historian, which you might want to do anyway. They might be able to answer your questions for you.
Oh, that's something I need to look into.
Anyway, bring down the sails! We're moving out! Pull up the anchor! And you watch as people begin to scramble about the boat. Kier actually kind of walks him and goes, "Amazing! Such noble-looking creatures! I've never seen such a thing before. Quite splendorous, but the one had a scar. There's got to be a story there."
Milo's too busy flashing back to being hissed at by a giant dragon. Like a cat.
Oops.
But I don't believe it's a story one would want to regale, especially with the ire that one seemed to carry.
Yeah, I would
dragons tend
hazard-
to hold grudges. Ooh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I would hazard against even asking him if we ever encounter him again. Apparently, he has a very long memory.
I mean, I've heard stories. Dragons are ancient things. They can live for thousands upon thousands of years.
He called me short-lived.
Kier kind of pauses and then puts a hand and goes, "I'm very sorry."
Damn. Got him.
Sorry.
The mortals are feeling bad.
Kira's like, I mean, he was right, but I'm sorry.
My teacher, Panic Grimtongue, spoke greatly of dragons, both good and evil. He spoke of a really old dragon, ancient, perhaps even one of the first dragons in all the land. And apparently he told terrible, terrible jokes.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Would we know about the Silver King?
History check. Very high
Jesus.
DC for this one.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna roll.
Here comes Otho's nat 20.
Oh my god.
What's your roll,
I
Zito?
guess that makes sense.
I
Awesome.
rolled a critical 0.
Nat 0.
Awesome.
He was sort of the ruler of where the
A
fuck was
country
it?
in Alton. Elmer.
Eltmer. He was the ruler of Elmer for a little bit.
I guess I
For a
should
little
probably actually roll this one.
I need to roll this one.
I feel like out of everyone, Escan's the one who should roll this one. Everyone else can, but it's a very high DC. It is still
yeah,
gonna
that's
be
a
high
5.
DC. Yeah, no idea.
No clue.
14.
Nope, no idea either.
You know what? Just for
Cool.
jokes. Never mind.
Damn.
That fits. That's kind of opposite
Yeah.
to where you're from. So,
Yeah.
Otho, you want to roll
would
that natural
say-
20? Are you a Panic Grimtongue fan and a Silver King fan?
I'm trying, but it's not wanting
Let's
to
find
go.
out.
I would say for Escan, his upbringing was definitely more focused on the trade than really the history of the region.
yeah, makes sense. You
Yeah,
know, there
I'm
was,
just
I
gonna-
mean, the other thing too is Kier's being kind of vague and isn't being specific, which is also adding to the difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
I heard
I'll
he's a
just do
shithead.
this.
With my
Oh.
Yep.
Great.
Nice.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
Nope.
none of you know,
Thanks, Roll20.
unfortunately.
Cool.
This is why I don't
Good.
use you anymore.
If it makes you feel any better, I rolled a 2 on an actual die, so
Womp womp.
same place.
That doesn't. No, it sucks
Womp
either way.
womp me. That's a 10, by the way, just for
Gee,
posterity.
what the fuck is that modifier? Jesus.
You paid attention in class while you were sneaking out to run to the fight pit.
I have
We have almost the
expertise
same
in
modifier.
history.
Fuck you.
All right, settle down, kids. Let's continue.
All right. As the sails are let aloft and you all kind of, process that interaction, it's interesting. You go through a dwarven gateway and then a dragon TSA, and now you're making your way closer into the bay. Snap, 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 snap.
Bars.
Does Basalt Bay sprinkle the salt with the elbow raised like regular Salt Bay, or is it?
I am no geologist, but this is basalt rock, not salt. But
more similar than you might think.
both parties that seems to be presiding in here seem to be both salty, so take that as you will.
This is a very multi-layered joke.
Right.
Because he also
definitely in
cooks a
the
steak in gold foil.
Hey.
I will reveal more space.
Damn.
Oh, where are we? The darkness.
He's also a
The
hack.
darkness.
Oh, there's a Hamlet.
Oh, we made it.
All right. That puts you at, I believe that's 34? Yeah, 34 days on ship.
Jesus, we've been gone for a month.
You've been gone for a month.
We need to get to a teleportation circle because this is fucking crazy.
As
assuming we have a place to go back to.
As the channel becomes narrower and wider, eventually you begin to hear the dinging of ship bells one morning as you guys are kind of eating your morning hardtack and your morning toast. And as you hear the dinging of ship bells, you make your way on top of the dock. You see Kier actually arrive, looking. It's very cute when Kier wakes up in the morning. They're kind of like a cat that had their fur reverse pet, so it's all fluffy and all over the place.
Oh.
As they kind of wipe their eyes and kind of join you all, you look over the side of the boat and you see basalt rise. But something has been nagging at the side of your brain, specifically for Otho and Kai. A place like this, how does it have a dock? And you see what looks to be the most convoluted contraption you have ever seen in your life in the water. 1 second. I had to grab some ambience here.
Oh, wait a minute.
I think I know where we're going here, and I'm all
Yeah.
Are they boat elevators?
Well, yeah, it's not unheard of even in real life. I think the Suez Canal uses that, or maybe it's the
Yeah,
Panama
I think-
to,
Panama
lift you-
Canal does.
Yeah.
I
New
think
York
ancient
sanitation
Egypt
has a
had
fuck ton
stuff
of
like
these
that.
things.
Basically, there's 3 different tiers of it, and it lifts you up, lets you go to the second one, fills up, lifts you.
That's
to
the
third
Panama
one,
Canal,
yeah.
yeah. But this might be
Yeah.
something different.
Oh,
Like,
this
could
is-
just
this
be
is-
a giant bucket that just lifts the boat up the rock cliff, which would be so cool.
It's not a bucket. You notice what looks to be 3 almost ovular, I'm going to call them Ferris wheels on a gimbal.
Oh, shit.
Each is set with 2 chains that contains what looks to be a massive series of hooks, almost like arms, kind of holding something. And you notice a ship ahead of you make its way as these hooks disappear beneath the water. And as the Ferris wheel pushes itself up, it takes the underside of the ship and lifts it up like it's holding it, and lifts it up the basalt rock like an elevator.
Wow.
Escan is all eyes on this contraption. He's looking at every little mechanism, every little piece of the whole apparatus that is functioning this. He's not even taking notes or anything, but you guys can just see he's staring at it and his eyes are darting around super fast. This is so interesting to him.
Can they be moving at different rates at different directions?
Oh yeah,
individually?
absolutely. He's absorbing as much of this as he can.
You notice that the ships that are docked seem to be docked away from the city and seem to be kind of lashed onto a series of chains that you can see deep beneath the water. But you notice as these ships are lifted up by this almost Ferris wheel, bike chain. The chains on this, by the way, are massive. You can hear them from super far away, grinding up against each other. as the ships are fully lifted up Basalt Rise, it stops, and you notice that a sort of dock stretches out and kind of latches itself to the ship, and they begin to unload the cargo on the top of the cliff face. And you watch as all the cargo is kind of taken off, and then the ship is like another ship positions itself at the bottom underneath the sort of holding pieces of metal. And at the top, the best way I can describe it, this is very hard to describe. Like the ship is being held up top like this. And then the chains go down like this. There's another one that this pushes the ship over.
Oh, so it like slides it to the other side?
Yeah, it slides it to the other side. Sorry for our podcast listener. I'm drawing a really shitty MS Paint diagram. But it then... Oh god, it's hard to grab this. Sorry. It then shifts the boat...
That's dope.
...to the other side.
So cool.
As it lifts this part up and kind of secures it. And then lowers it back down, with the top part being sandwiched in so it doesn't fall. And takes it gently back down into the water. They then pull a contraption that lifts this part up, and the ship is jettisoned back out into the canal.
Cool.
It's a complicated dwarven construct. But it works, and these ships are being lifted up 100 feet in the air, all the way up to the top of the rock.
Sheesh. I can't even fathom the amount of work that would have to go into it. This is an incredible feat of engineering.
Indeed.
I've never seen anything like this before.
Basalt Rock has been here for about 500 years, or longer, give or take. You'll notice all the smoke of the coal they use to power these giant machines up at the top. It's impressive.
Powered by coal?
Aye, yeah. Ironkind itself is in fact a mountain. They mine all sorts of things in the depths of the rock there. Coal is one of their most abundant resources. They use them to power these furnaces that run steam and make these entire things move. You begin, Kina kind of pats you all on the shoulder as you're all kind of looking at this contraption. For him, it's old hat. He's been here like God knows how many times.
Monty,
but he goes over and starts barking orders to the men.
Monty, is steam power like extremely uncommon?
It's hard to maintain. That's the hardest part about the sort of steam-powered things. Dwarven countries can maintain it because of how efficient they are at mining resources and getting those resources to the places they need to go. Gnomish inventions also use steam, but on a more concentrated level. Human technology is a little slower behind. Your family technology is unfortunately does not utilize steam because coal is just too uncommon from where you are. Yeah.
So
it depends on
you
the
would
region.
say that basically it's only relatively common along the mountain passes, would you say?
Yes, 100%. Dwarven countries in particular have it very commonplace, but it's not common in like your old, ye old village. Right. Capitals and places like this with a lot of importance are going to have these sorts of things in your experience. As you guys kind of get ready, you feel the ship slowly make its way, and you can see now that there are dwarven workers kind of moving about the chains themselves as they move up and down. It is the most OSHA violation thing you've ever seen in your life. The dwarves are legitimately riding on the chains, and as the chains come down before they hit the water, the dwarves actually land onto the boat and go, "Hello there, good morning," and kind of make their way and make sure that your ship's all good. And even Kina hands off schematics of the boat, and they kind of look it over, and they kind of sign it and hand it back to him. They're very efficient. They don't really make too much small talk, as they just make sure that your ship's all positioned. And they actually, one of the dwarves takes the helm of the ship and actually begins to like kind of valet park it for you.
Nice.
The water surrounding this particular mechanism, it makes sense why there's no dock on the ground. The water is far too churning and unpredictable. The sails are brought in, all of the kind of loose wires are kind of moved out of the way of the giant arms that are about to kind of latch up at the top so it doesn't, like, obviously break the ship. And as the dwarves kind of make their way on board, you hear them give a sharp, sharp whistle and a sort of blowing of a horn. And you begin to feel in the most horrifying and rickety and, like, if anyone here has a fear of heights, this is a nightmare. As the ship is slowly lifted above the water, the chains make a horrific grinding noise, and it is not stable at all. The ship kind of, like, moves side to side, and you kind of have to hold on to the banister or something solid. It creaks, it's rickety, it's covered in barnacles, but you slowly begin to rise up about 100 feet as these chains make their way up.
Isken is like a kid at Willy Wonka's factory right now. He is hanging on to the side of the ship, just like looking down below, looking over towards the chain, looking up to see where we're going, trying to like factor in like, you know, all the ratios that would have to be at play for a machine of this size and this caliber to even be functioning. He is just so enthralled in everything. This is probably the most like attentive you guys have seen him to anything since the fair in the in the opening town, whose name I'm forgetting. It's not Russet, but you know the one.
I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, Runnel.
Runnel, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you haven't seen him this involved since he was making maps for Runnel for the fair.
Gaius will be hanging onto like a rope near the mast as like he's watching the dwarves go back and forth, and he looks like he's contemplative as he looks like he's thinking to himself, but also like his lips are moving, but he's like talking to himself just like in deep thought.
As you guys slowly rise up, you begin to see what Kino is talking about. You see 3 massive plumes of gray and black smoke. And as you finally raise up to the full height, everything kind of stops. And then you hear a bunch more workers, and you see a bunch of dwarves fold out what looks to be some sort of like articulated suspension bridge. There are a series of almost like pulleys and cranes that the dwarves manage and move using manpower to then slide over a massive metal dock that then latches onto the side of your ship, and you watch as a dockmaster, oh my god, it's so dwarf core. It is like dwarf core 100%. Metalwork helmet, overalls, but with like armor on it, black beard, just like black bushy beard, dark complexion face, you know, the fingers are covered in like kind of charcoal dust as he holds a clipboard and is flanked by 2 armed dwarven soldiers, the ones that you've seen before. Their helmets seem to reflect their dragon-like enemies with the front-facing horns, seemingly made out of bronze. And they're wearing armor with these very impressive swords at their sides and these sort of halberds at their sides. Not as impressive as Hearthland's halberds, but certainly crude and of dwarven design. Definitely leaning towards more the axe head of the halberd than the other pointy bits. Kino walks forward and hands off the itinerary, and the dwarf very quickly looks through, and you watch as like 6 more dwarves begin to enter the ship and begin to bring like dollies and other sorts of contraptions onto the vessel to start unloading it.
Yeah, it's like,
what are we supposed to do?
yeah, until spoken to, I guess we're just gonna watch the blue collar workers get shit done.
Oh yeah, you didn't see the ship get loaded up in Martorallo, but you assume it was slow because my god, these dwarves were fucking fast.
Yeah.
Immediately, they have a series of goods just making their way out very quickly, and you notice that there seems to be like a sort of just really efficient line of them moving the cargo. You now see the city of Basalt Rise, as well as the surrounding area, and I am not going to reveal all of it to you, but you can see most of the country, as the entire country to the west is a massive mountain. A absolutely monumentalously large, like Mount Everest style mountain that reaches up beyond the clouds themselves.
Damn.
Holy shit.
Good.
I'm just gonna reveal all of this for you that you can see.
God damn.
Money, just question, just because I'm curious. I know that the dwarves are working really efficiently. Do they look haggard, or are they just like super focused?
Oh, super focused.
Okay.
There's a variety of ages too. You see like older dwarves who are like, this is their zone, right? Like they're sort of old, like, okay, let's get to it, boys. And then you see like younger dwarves, clearly apprentices. Their beards are less full and they have more useful complexions, who seem to be very eager to prove themselves in the workplace, quickly moving efficiently and as quickly as possible. As the five of you kind of stand there, and Kier's there with you as well, you do get the occasional like, good day, and like, how's it going, as they kind of move about.
As one passes by who says that, Gaius like meekly tries to utter something to them out loud. And like, I guess there's like a giant dialect to it, but he says, Aketo Zoran.
Aketo Zorano! And they kind of make their way in. Eventually, the dwarven foreman kind of makes his way in. He's a very stern-looking gentleman. He's very square, is the best way to describe him, too. Like, if he got hit by a car, the car would flip over on its front.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, but it's the best way to describe him.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
But Monty, what I really want to know is, how would you describe the car that hit him?
It's like
folded like an omelet.
A college mobile is what I imagine.
Okay,
flipping over the
So this guy is a Roblox character?
I hate how accurate that is, but kind of, yeah. As he approaches, he has a very gruff voice and goes, "I'm to hear you are mercenaries. You're going to be taking the rest of the cargo up towards Ironkind."
Aye.
I see. Now, you want to resolve your payment now, or wait till you get paid at the trade masters?
I'd rather see a job done.
All right. Looking here in the logs, you traveled 34 days by boat. You protected it from non-pirates, but you stopped a cargo ship that tried to eat you, which is rather interesting. I'm sure that's a story. It looks like resolved with 34 golden dwarven doubloons.
That sounds right.
All right.
Aye.
You'll have to make it through to the trade master, and you watch as he rips off some pieces of papers and hands it to you. And for the bard, here you go, and he hands it off to Kier. And he kind of does like a double take at Kier and kind of like narrows his eyes and goes, "Yeah, that's about the strangest thing I've seen all day. All right. You're good to go? No stowaways, no illegal cargo. Pleasure doing business with you, Kina."
Oh, they don't consider Milo illegal cargo. Perfect.
No, they do not.
No.
I believe you guys are here on behalf of the... Was it the Hammer? No.
We are looking. We need to deliver a letter to Dark Delver.
Ah, the Dark Delver family. That's right.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, we should ask him. I actually like. Guys will stop him. A moment. You wouldn't happen to know where the what was Dark Delver? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. You wouldn't happen to know where the Dark Delver estate would be, or at least any sort of general idea.
The Dark Delvers don't have an estate here in Basalt Rise. There's not many of the families that live here. It's the Brewbeards that make their way here. They have all the businesses and they man all the warehouses on behalf of the other dwarven families. If you're looking for the Dark Dwellers, you're going to have to meet them up in Ironkind itself.
Okay.
Hellrug Hold is where you want to go specifically. But if you're
There you
looking just
go.
for the Trade Master, you're going to want to go to the trade layer of Ironkind and speak with them there. Looks like you're working on behalf of the Strongmore family. Strange human fella he is. Nice man, though. You speak his name, mention you work for him, and show them that ticket. They'll be able to help you out.
Cool, thank you.
Certainly.
Good day. And he kind of steps off.
Cool, vital info.
Keena kind of looks towards you and goes, they're going to have to go through all the cargo, so you're going to have to stay here for a day. If I might make a suggestion.
Right.
There's an excellent little dive that I recommend. You mentioned the Brewbeards. It's called the Brewbeard Bungalow, home of the Brewbeard Beauty. I recommend it. Kier should go there. They sing lots of dwarven music and has been the best harp player in all the land.
Well, that's something to do, guys.
Aye.
Might as well.
Before you run, though, you're going to want to swing by the trade quarter and pick up your payment.
Wouldn't be much of a night out without coin to spend.
I guess we'll go do that then.
Alright. I'm going to have to process the cargo, and then once that's done, I'm going to have to keep with the ship, so... You all have a good night and good rest of your journey. It was a pleasure traveling with you. You were a weird sort, but an honorable sort, and quite made for a good conversation in time.
That was a little fun.
Yeah.
He extends out a hand.
Takes it.
He gives like one of those really firm but not like aggressive, like respect handshakes to each of you.
It's like a dad handshake.
100%, yeah.
These are the hands of a working man.
He's a hot man.
As you make your way, it's so eerie. As you step onto the iron dock, there's like a weird creaking noise, and and you look over the side, and it's like 100-foot drop into churning water and boats. It's pretty terrifying. As you make your way forward, you notice that there are these massive buildings, like these giant like chimneys that are attached to each of these like mechanized kind of gimbals. It seems that they're all kind of held on a massive like metal mithril. It's actually made of mithril, sort of gear set that is probably strong enough to maintain the weight of both the ships and this system. The city itself kind of, there seems to be like a permanent state of uphill in Ironkite heading to the west. And Basalt Rise is definitely built into this sort of incline. The buildings themselves appear to be brickwork stone buildings with like tin metal roofs. With varying degrees of color and things. You see all sorts of characters making their way on and off the docks. You also notice they're kind of hidden by the larger sort of like ship raising mechanisms, that there seems to be like other sort of elevators that go up and down to smaller vessels, but only really small vessels like rowboats or like single sail vessels that, are smaller than even Polite Pete's Arrow. The air is choked with the sooty smell of burning coal, and you notice dwarves kind of making their way about. There's also a very, very high military presence here. You see squadrons of about 9 dwarves led by a captain kind of making their way through town. And you also notice kind of peppered around the perimeter, specifically more to the northern side, are more dwarven watchtowers of this large, tall stone.
It's all very imposing.
Oh yeah, it's very imposing.
What do you mean? It's very exciting.
This rules.
Isgen is basically spinning in circles, looking at everything as we're progressing, by the way. He hasn't said a word since we got up here. He's too busy
eyes-darting in every direction.
I can't wait to be thrown into Weenie Hut Jr. after trying to go to the Salty Splatoon.
Oh, that's right. We're going to the Dwarven Salty Spittoon? Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go.
The Brewbeer Bungalow is what it's called.
How tough are you?
Not tough enough.
Let's get our
you guys
payment first.
All right. As you guys make your way up the street, it's pretty obvious to see the sort of trade yard. It is a squat, I mean, it's dwarven architecture. It's a squat flat square building that has a bunch of like kiosks, like little shelves. There are bars. It's almost like a bank. Like it has like bars in front of the tellers. And you see, like, this is where there's so much business happening. It is a massive complex. You count probably about 12 individual workers manning each front stall, and there's still a lineup.
Jeez. Guess we'll queue up then.
Yep.
As you queue up, you hear a dwarf who's very upset about an order of copper that he received. He's just like, it came in warped! It's got to be mixed with other... This is why I don't trade with elves. And they seem to be like kind of arguing back and forth about it. It's like, well, it's too late. You already signed the contract. You got to get the payment. And they're kind of like going back and forth. You hear other people just go, and that'll be that much and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's kind of casual. But eventually... eventually you find yourself... Jesus Christ. Watch it with the Dragon Age racism. You eventually make your way up to a female dwarf. She's got like the long like front braids with like runes in them. Specifically, these runes, as you read them, which Gaius, you can read them. The rune on one side reads worm, as if it's the rune for dragon specifically. It's worm, and the other side is breaker or killer on the other side. So worm, breaker.
Gaius like looks at one and then looks to the other word. Aye, that flies. They're very good at what they do, I suppose.
What was that?
Oh, just admiring the text work. Worm killer.
Oh, thank you. My mother made them for me when I turned 16 years old. It was a gift of the family.
Aye, very impressive work.
And I believe it states here that you are known as the Reclaimers, your mercenary party.
Oh, that's us.
And me, Kier says. Kier's actually joined you guys. He's just following you guys.
Aw.
The Reclaimers.
Plus one.
And their plus one.
Bard?
Okay, let's see here. All right.
Guest.
You're wanting to claim your payment now.
Oh, if that's all right.
All right. Each of you are going to be paid the total sum of 34 gold. Give me one moment. And she steps away. As she returns, she takes each of your slips. You watch her kind of stamp it, and then she slides them back to you, and for each of you hands you... She doesn't give you a pouch. She just hands you the amount of 34 gold. She does also say, I can split this into platinum if it suits you.
That would be great.
Helpful.
Very well. And she takes it back, and she returns. So each of you, unless you want the gold, she gives you 3 platinum and 4 gold.
Cool.
That's
would
sweet.
you guys mind if I took the full 4 gold for something?
What?
Each of you get...
It's each.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's each! It's each!
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I was like, what do you mean? Why would
Yeah,
you
my
take
bad.
my money?
My bad.
Kier, you notice, gets paid half the amount, as his job was not, life-risking.
Or hard.
So
Damn.
he gets
Rude.
some money as well, and he pockets it. She stamps it, she hides back the piece of paper, and she points to it and goes, you're going to want to keep that with you. Once you arrive in Ironkind, they'll pay you the rest of your amounts. Can I do anything else for you, gentlemen?
Some directions would be nice.
Of course. Where are you trying to go?
The bungalow.
Oh, the Brewbeard Bungalow. It's a favorite place for sailors. If you make your way up there, and she kind of gives you very good directions, very detailed. Go up. It's a rather lavish-looking purple and red building with a bit of a sort of dwarven mural on the outside. Velvet curtains leading into the door. You'll notice a lot of vases on the outside with flowers.
Great, thank you.
Have a good day. Gromuth keep you.
Gesundheit.
I guess we'll head over.
Yeah.
All right. As you make your way more inland, this is the first time you've been off that ship in a month and 4 days. Your land legs are a little shaky and queasy there a little bit.
Mm.
It's great to be back on solid ground, but it is a little strange. As you make your way through town, you see a lot of forges. You see like some grocery shops, things like that. You also notice something else, which is a bit polarizing for you, Gaius. But you notice that wagons and carts here aren't pulled by horses. They're pulled by giant longhorn goats with curled horns.
Oh, good. At least you have a side hustle if you need it.
As we pass by, want to just look over at the one goat. Our day work, huh?
The goat looks at you. It seems to be chewing on some hay.
Damn, that looks good. Damn, that looks good. Pat him on the side. Just head off.
Woolly and soft.
What up-
very,
what up,
very
cuz?
pleasant.
Aw.
As you make your way through up the streets, you notice like a young dwarven kid. He's starting to get like the little hairs on his chin, kind of ushering some sheep through the city. And eventually you find yourselves in front of the Brewbeer Bungalow. It has a bronze and golden framed signage outside. And the word L in bungalow is a rose. It has like a rose motif to it.
Oh boy, it's one of those places.
And you
Neat.
see in front, currently handing out pieces of parchment, two dwarven women, very beautiful dwarven women, wearing glittering gemstone-encrusted dresses and these very long earrings that seem to have interlaid lapis lazuli. And they seem to be handing out signages to everybody. And as you approach, they go, "Oh, hello, darlings. Are you here for performance, or are you here to sit in?"
Oh, I'm just here to sit in.
Follow us.
Why would? What the fuck?
Okay,
Oh.
so you are just now probably noticing Milo is very flushed.
Aw.
Performance anxiety. Don't worry, it happens to everybody.
Aw, that's
What?
awesome.
No, you're gonna be fine. You got this.
And as
Buff.
you guys make your way inside of the Brewbeer Bungalow, that is where we're going to take our break.
Bosco, you are
Hey.
spicy tonight.
I'm very.
I'm gonna
spicy
go to the
tonight.
bathroom. This is incredible.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I'll be right back as well. I'm gonna go grab a blueberry muffin.
And while everybody vacates the area, that will leave me here to do the halftime show. What's up, folks? How's everybody doing?
Welcome to Ironkind, you guys.
Yay.
Also-
Yeah. Oh my God. Chrysosaurus, thank you for the 10,000 bits out of nowhere.
Holy
Can't say
shit.
gotta go to work, but I had to stop by and show some love. Thanks for everything, y'all. Stay awesome. What's up, folks?
Watch out, fellas.
What's going on? Oh, you're staying with me?
Do you want me to
Nice.
leave? I can make pizza.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, fuck it.
All right, yeah, go make some pizzas.
He's,
Chrysosaurus, thank you for the 20 tier 1 subs. 10,000 bits and 20 tier 1 subs. What is happening?
Lord.
Just going crazy. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I guess it's a very nice parting gift. And we'll see you on the next one, maybe. I hope you enjoy the rest of it. Zen, thank you for the 100 bits. Come with me, and you'll be in a world of ocean violations. Oh, jeez. Amateur Crastinator, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I missed Anime Detour, so sorry about that. Glad I heard about this via Bosco on the Honeycast long time ago. Well, good news for you. We're doing another Honeycast, and we're going to do it live, because in May, I'm going to Anime Impulse in Seattle. I'll be back in certain person's neck of the woods, and I'll be there doing a live Honeycast, so you're going to get another one in about a month. But thank you for watching. Awesome Link, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Well, boys, you're in Dwarven country now. Drink your souls into the dirt. Mikan Pachi, thank you for the 25 bits. Question to Monty on Create Food and Water. It makes bland food, but could someone use prestidigitation to make it taste like 5-star prime rib steak?
Have you ever had like just meat with no seasoning, and then someone just puts on like cheap barbecue sauce? That's what I imagine it would taste like.
So A1. It's a
Yeah.
bad steak, and you add some A1. Got it. Dice Ruler, thank you for the bits. So we have racist dragons. I was not expecting that. Really? Nietzsche Fan, thank you for the 100 bits. Well, Milo, blushing, and I hope the Goat Boy doesn't know what a brothel is. He might learn, though. Pokey in my
Why are
pocket,
you
thank you for the
assuming
bit.
it's a
Half penny.
brothel? Why are you assuming it's a brothel?
I don't know. That's just what they wrote. It could be a brothel. There are pretty ladies. Yeah, chat says experience, Monty. It's got that brothel setup.
Experience, Monty?
Mm-hmm. But yeah. By the way, shout out to the YouTube comments who were very supportive of Milo's decision last week. I'm sure Gaijin will appreciate that when he gets back, and I can tell him. But there was one comment in particular that said, "Hey, let Milo know or Gaijin know that we appreciate it." I will do so. Hey. Hockey Dude, thank you for the 200 bits. Started a new job, so I won't be able to stay for the whole show. But here are some bits anyway. Well, thank you for coming for as long as you can.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. You could be anywhere in the world right now, and you're choosing to spend your Wednesday night with us, or your Thursday morning, depending upon where you are. Dice Ruler, thank you for the bits. What did you say? Rewatching Campaign 1, and I am so happy with the podcast. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it again.
Yeah.
Bubba Bob, thank you for the 500 bits. Zito, I've been playing a throw fighter in one of my campaigns, and realized yesterday that I accidentally recreated one of my imaginary friends from almost 2 decades ago through him. My guy played the waiting game and escaped without me noticing.
Fuck yeah, dude. You know what? I'm glad that people are using shit like that. That's cool. Thank you for using my content, and hopefully you will find ways to find use out of more of my content.
Hey. Excelente. Mikan Pachi. No, we read your bit drop. It was basically A1 steak sauce on a steak. That's how it would taste if you did the prestidigitation stuff. Unless I missed another one, in which case, my bad. Morth Randor, thank you for the 100 bits. Those 2 dragons made me anxious. For a time, I thought they were confused. They confused Milo for a sky toast.
Uh-oh.
Niche Fan, thank you for the 45 bits. Oh, my bad. It's just a napping place with comfy beds. There you go. Totally. Captain Carver, thank you for the 25 bits. Bosco, how you liking Bloodline going the way of NWO and Bullet Club with possible split factions? I love that Tamatunga came over. I thought that was a really interesting little twist. I like what they did with Jimmy. And I would love to see Rock's version of the Bloodline versus Roman's. I think that'd be a good way to keep it fresh and going. And I think it sounds like Rock's going to fight him at WrestleMania 41, and now I want to go because that could be a lot of fun.
Wait, hold up.
But yes.
What's the short version of what's going on with Bullet Club? Because I'm behind.
Well, WWE is doing their own version of like the NWO and Bullet Club with the Bloodline, where they're splitting them into separate versions of each other potentially.
Ah, okay.
So that's what they were referencing, and I think it's interesting.
Sick.
But yeah, that's my wrestling bit for today. Thank you for indulging me. I appreciate it. Callum Draws, thank you for the 130 bits, oddly specific. Just wanted to say, been going through one of the hardest weeks of my life, and thank you all for helping me live through it. Look forward to the show every week. Well, we're happy to see you, Callum, and thank you for showing up at all of our different streams. I see you in a lot of different ones.
I hope things get better, and if they don't get better, I hope, it gets easier.
Yeah.
It's always nice to see you, Callum. I see you sometimes in other places, and I'm like, I know that person.
Yeah, you always show up for Yakuza with Connor and I. I've seen you in Mass Effect. You show up here, so you're a very valued member of a lot of different
show up for my music streams, which not a lot of people do. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
You show up.
We like having you here.
What the fuck?
Don't you dare go anywhere. Pokey in my pocket, thank you for another penny. Have another penny. Ground on Night, thank you so much for the bits. Milo needs to go to clubs a bit more. Mika Pachi, thank you for the 20 bits. Question to Bosco, work. Honestly, work. If I'm being perfectly honest, maybe work.
That's really contentious, dude.
I know. Why would I say something so controversial yet so brave? And yet there it is.
I don't know about brave, but you're saying something real controversial there.
Work.
Oh,
Zito brings up a good point.
Yeah, Zito actually, that's a good point from Zito.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's just easy to just say work, and then that's what you ride with. But no.
But Zito, there was depth to what Zito was saying.
If you really think about it, though, like on its like most like fundamental level, work, right? Like.
Yeah, but I feel like work also works.
That is true.
The hell did I walk in on?
I feel like we're forgetting about Wark.
Oh, that's
you never go full Wark though. Like you normally never go full Wark.
In like sparingly, right?
That's dangerous territory.
Although it is kind of like a Tribe Called Quest, you do have to say the whole thing.
Chad, I'm scared.
Hello, scared. I'm Monty.
How's your muffin?
It was.
Dude,
I had
2 perfect responses.
Yeah, those were really quick.
I had two. They were delicious, but they were like 500 calories in total, and I feel terrible for it.
This
I'm
is
putting some dishes away real
this
quick.
is a Dungeon of the Mad Mage question, Gaijin, but was it a safety muffin?
No, I think they were dangerous because they were blueberry delicious, and again, 500 calories for no, close to 600 calories. Oh my god, I'm fat. No wonder I'm
You're
so
not
fat.
for eating 600
What do you mean you're
calories,
fat?
dude.
What?
Okay,
That's
Bosco,
like a
you've never
salad.
met me.
No, but I've seen you.
Oh, you've not seen me in form-fitting clothing.
For context,
What?
every time in Dungeon of the Mad Mage they get into like an intense moment, Shay eats a muffin. She calls it her safety muffin.
Oh.
Is the opposite of a safety muffin a tactical muffin?
I don't know.
I
But
think we
it's-
should
Shay,
find
get in
out.
the comments. Tell us. We need to know
Get in the
answer.
comments.
I'm
You pull the muffin top off. Frag out.
By the way, speaking of the comments, the YouTube comments, there was a particular individual that wanted to compliment you on your character choice last week, Gaijin. So I
Oh,
just thought I would let you know. They were like, let Gaijin know we support his character choices.
okay. I appreciate it.
There you go.
No,
I'm following orders.
Connor, you and I, we need to have an in-character talk at some point. It won't be long.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
Don't
Oh,
worry.
man.
There are talks in
Did you
the
just hit him
bag.
with the EV? Sure. Nice. I love
I
it.
could hit him with the Zen is sure.
I
I
know we
wonder
already
what those are.
Dude,
know
Oh, go ahead.
I know we already mentioned it, and again I apologize. Unfortunately, we can't show animations on our slideshow.
Oh, yeah.
It's too
Yeah.
they're too large. That's the problem. We tried early on. We very much tried, but if you guys haven't seen the animation by impact frame, it's really
Oh, look
really
at it. It's
great.
great.
It's really
It
funny.
good.
Those are my dumb kids, which is very
No.
accurate. I also love handsome Eastcat.
I hate this image. Listen. Vina Norvius, I super appreciate your support. I hate that image. The first time I saw it posted in the chat, I like had a physical, visceral reaction where like my body tensed up and I had to close Discord. I thank you again. Really appreciate the support. I hate that image so much. It like squicks me out in ways I
Well,
cannot describe.
You know what you have to do now, right? Right, Mark?
No, I'm not doing immersion therapy.
No. Put it down
Facial
on
fears.
Put it down on Trigger Fire as a 1,000-bit redeem where it just
Absolutely
flashes
not.
and screams at you.
Absolutely not. I would never make it through any stream.
Are we all back?
I think so.
But
It
you would
sounds-
be
it sounds
$10
like we
richer.
I'm
Oh, no,
not
Connor's
willing to
not back.
sacrifice my
Connor's
mental health for $10.
Oh,
Speaking of stealing stuff from our friends, you know how Evie and Zan for those of you who watch our Halo nights, they love to go, "We did it." I snuck that into a video game. That exact line reads.
It's
for-
a
Oh, hell yeah.
It's a Connorism. It's another spreading
that from me.
Connorism.
Well, then
Dude,
I stole it from Connor and I put that shit in a video game.
Dude, I was
stole
hanging
it
out.
from Bomberman.
I was
There you
hanging
go.
out with people in real life, and I did like the funny thing that Connor does, and everyone looked at me like, "What the hell are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm sorry." It's
Wrong
different.
friend group. You have to
It's
remember
funny.
what memes
Money.
It's so
and inside jokes go with which group.
it's so instinctual, and I'm just like, I forget that I'm just like, right. It's not a
Where
normal
were
thing
you
to
when
do.
Monty whipped out the Mike Still Claws on a bunch of people?
I'm determined because somebody just dropped it. I'm determined to get the Shure into something. I don't know what it's
I've
going to be,
snuck
but I'm
in
getting
a
the
few things. We did. There
I'm
was.
getting
I don't
the
remember
EV Shore
what
into
bit it
something.
was, but we did a bit where I basically did the Ralph I'm in danger from The Simpsons, and I don't remember
That's
what
always
it
a good one.
was, but yeah, putting that in an anime just felt right, you know.
I love sneaking Patrick Warburton into stuff too. It's the funniest shit.
the only
Especially
time
when
I-
they don't realize it until you're done and they're like, wait a second, play those back.
The only time I
Bruh.
know I'll ever fucking have made it somewhere
Bruh.
is if I hear someone say "Here I go" before doing something in any production, and I'm like, "Yeah, all right."
Challenge
I get it.
accepted. We're gonna make it happen.
Okay, here I go.
All right, are we all good to go?
I think so.
I think so.
Connor, are you good to go? Or are you still eating?
Yeah.
All right, let's jump back into it. I need an appropriate.
Song.
Man, I would have
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
anything from Dwarf Fortress, but you know.
Right? Yeah.
Rock and
This works.
stone.
All right. As the 6 of you, because Kira's still with you.
What the fuck? Get a job.
He did.
He
That's what he's
does.
here for.
Damn it. Go do your job somewhere else.
He's actually done because he doesn't need to escort the rest of the cargo. He was
Fuck.
just for entertainment.
Aw.
But he's just
It's okay,
following you
buddy.
guys.
We'll go drinking together.
Now it's personal.
Oh, that sounds like a terrible idea.
We've done it before.
I want to do it now.
The worse of an idea it sounds like, the better.
These 2 dwarven women who are handing out flyers outside lead you inside, and immediately you're hit with a sort of deep, rich aroma. Definitely incense and perfumes. There is a hallway, this kind of wide hallway, that has various vases bearing different types of flowers on display, as well as the ceiling contains these sort of glowing crystal chandeliers. And as they open up double doors ahead, it opens up into this massive lounge space. There is a oval stage in the far north of the room, surrounded by a series of about 20 or more large round tables with high-backed chairs. There are even off to the left and right some more private locations that seem to have like kind of just curtains to avoid the gaze of the normal clientele. You notice that there are several people in here. This is not like your rough and tumble tavern. Sorry, Gaius. This is definitely more of a high quality sort of lounge bar. And you notice that there are, despite that, several rather formidable looking dwarves in the space. You see what looks to be a Wormbreaker captain currently sitting and partaking in a frothy brew. You see a gaggle of workers currently gambling with what looks to be a specific dwarven card game. And you see, of course, some of the hostesses of the bar sitting amongst some rather richer clientele, and you can hear them laughing as they're partaking in drink. The 2 dwarves, who at this point you realize are twins, kind of gesture and go, "Would you like a private seat, or does any seat work for you?"
Any works fine.
I see. Follow us. And they kind of lead you off to a rather nice seat, slightly, not super close to the stage, kind of in the middle. And they hand you what looks to be, it's not paper. They're like light metal etched in, like using tooled, like menus.
Stone menus?
It's not stone, it's like plate metal.
Oh, that fucks even harder. That's so cool.
Oh my god.
The menus are a little clangy, but they work.
It's like
from Displate.
like an elevator panel. It's kind of like an elevator panel, but instead everything's carved into it.
That rules.
And they hand one to each of you. They give you a seat.
That is so metal.
The chairs are plushy and comfortable, and probably because usually used by dwarves are rather wide. So there's a lot of butt space on them, and the cushions are very soft. The backing of the chair is also soft as well. And the tables are covered in like a red tablecloth, and the chairs have a sort of maroon kind of purple color to them.
Cool.
Yes, we'll sit. Milo's still a bit flustered.
Aw. Gaius takes a seat and starts hopping in his seat, feeling how cushiony it fucking is.
The menu displays a wide amount of dwarven stouts and spirits. There is nothing on this menu that is under 5 silver. It is a very lavish menu. Notably as well, there is also the offering of a host service. Not an escort, but a host. Like a person to join you at the table and enjoy some discussion at your discretion.
Huh.
Just so everybody knows, as soon as we sit down, Eastgun is just sitting with like 1,000-yard stare, just kind of staring straight forward. He's still processing everything outside.
Kier kind of sits down and goes, "Oh, there's a place for my tail." And he kind of like scoots his tail. There's like a gap in the chair where you can actually, Eastgun, you also can slip a tail through, and it actually is like very comfortable. I like to imagine Your little goat tail is just sticking out, like just a little bit.
Gaius looks at Kier and then Eastcan, and then just wanting to be included, like leans his back all the way out so his tail pops out of the back.
Kier kind of looks around, and while they have no expression like Eastcan, by the way that their head is on a swivel, they're very much like a tourist as well. And Kier kind of turns to you all and goes, "I'm rather glad to be here. My teacher, Panic Grimtongue, when he spoke of dwarves, he got this far-off look in his eyes. No doubt he very clearly respects them. So I thought it would be wise for me to seek out dwarves to learn more music from."
I wouldn't know.
The fucking no-sell.
What do you drink?
Did I say otherwise, Connor?
"Oh, water. If I don't drink water, I'll die."
Oh, no, I meant alcohol.
Oh, I don't know. I can drink anything.
I put my hand on his shoulder. All right, buddy, we're learning you today.
Okay, I love learning.
Oh, hell yeah.
I love how this conversation is happening when he has no discernible mouth.
I don't...
He's eaten.
He's got orifices.
We've seen him drink.
He has
drank at him at
orifices
the
and we
last
don't ask
tavern.
questions.
It was quite upsetting.
Yeah, it was. Where the mask meets the flesh, that actually parts and there's a mouth underneath there. It feels wrong, but it's how he eats. So, you know. The menu itself has just a bunch of different types of beers. It's like beer, ale, there's hard liquor. And then there's not that much wine, Otho. There's like 3 wines. They're also rather bizarre wines as well. There is a deep mushroom wine, there is an orange wine, and then there's just a standard grape wine. And they're all...
Orange wine sounds fucking good.
Yeah. But there's like 10 different like ales, and there's like 10 more different like hard liquors. There's also food. On the other side of the menu, there are some meals. There's, unfortunately for you guys, a lot of goat meat and sheep meat seems to be the staple here.
Gaius turns the menu around and then instantaneously turns it back and just puts it on the table. I think I'm good.
A lot of hearty vegetables, a lot of potato dishes, yams, turnips. Luckily for you, again, chicken doesn't seem to be a thing here. There is also fish, swordfish being a particular favorite, it seems here, as well as steamed mussels, clams, and oysters. It seems to be quite the entourage of goods and foods. This place isn't like, you know, formal dress attire location, but it certainly is attempting to be bougie, rather.
With all 9 of my weapons. What do you mean?
The hosts, in particular, there's seems to be 3 tiers of hosts. There is apprentice host, which is a single gold for an hour. There is the journeyman host, who is 2 gold an hour, and then there is the experienced host, which is 5 gold an hour.
And what do these guys do? They just sit there?
Yeah, and they talk to you.
Yeah, strike a conversation. It's a cabaret.
What?
I was about to say, Bosco, you've played Yakuza, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cabaret.
It's a host club, a cabaret club.
Huh. It's weird to have people want to talk to me, so I guess paying for it makes sense.
Well, they're paid to do it, so.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, fuck's sake. Jesus.
What are Milo's looking around like I'm trying to figure out how to ask this politely. Like, are there very obvious differences between the various hostesses and hosts and hosts?
There's definitely an age difference. So the younger the hosted, it seems probably the cheaper they are because they're learning or like they're new to it. But you kind of look around and you see currently what looks to be a dwarven merchant just he's having a great time. And he has probably like for a dwarf, I mean, they can be really old. The lifespan is extreme, but like you see a woman who looks to be in like her human 40s and he's having a great time with her. Like she seems to be telling jokes and he loves it. Like he's enjoying it. The 2 that led you inside, the 2 twins, were definitely younger. They seem to be maybe in their early 20s. but that's all you really see right now, as it seems like it's slowly picking up with clientele as you guys have kind of come in probably at the best time, like an early afternoon, like maybe 4 p.m. at this point.
Well, what's everyone wanting?
I want to see this stout.
There's
Just the sheer manpower would be, but that's so many people. How do they have that many people on hand to run that all the time?
He's gone.
I wonder if there's some sort of levy system that brings it to.
I flick his fin with my finger.
What?
You okay over there?
Yeah. No, sorry. There's so much.
Well, give it time. Right now, it's time to get some food.
Yeah. Sorry. And he kind of like picks up the menu for the first time to like look through it.
Perhaps something strong to calm your frayed nerves, Mr. Seat Lolly.
Frayed is not quite the right word. It's all so incredible. I mean...
Oh, you're excited.
Yeah.
Oh, I could tell. You were staring at the whole architecture of this place for quite some time. Especially all the pulleys and churning.
Well, you all know my family are craftspeople, and the craftsmanship is unreal.
Well, think of it this way. You're about to have some craft food.
I guess so.
Aye.
As you guys are kind of talking, you hear footsteps approach you.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, I'm just going to say it, the most beautiful dwarven woman you've ever seen in your lives.
Aw.
She has, like, blonde, almost like a gold dragon, shimmering hair that comes down into ringlets. And she has a full beard that is so well kept and interlaced with these sort of silver bangles. She is wearing a almost sequined red dress. She's good in the chest area, I'll say that much. She walks with a sway to her step. She has like pearl earrings in her ears, but the thing that stands out the most is her eyes. She has beautiful long lashes, and her eyes just pull you right into her. They are of a almost like aquamarine teal color and have this sort of like this attractive intensity. And as she makes her way over, she also carries herself so like she is a wide woman, and she's like, hell yeah, I'm here, you're welcome. There's a lot of confidence behind that sway.
Hell yeah.
Go get him, Milo.
As she walks up to all of you, she kind of goes, oh my goodness, did the sea give me some handsome men or what? Do you know what you're getting? Has anyone helped you yet?
To the table, everyone's just blinking out of sync.
Good.
No, not yet.
Oh, well,
Ma'am,
do
the
you
two
help
planets
making
in
up
your
your
orbit are quite
mind?
large.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was that, Monty?
Would you like any help making up your mind? Not that I wish to choose for you. I'm sure you're certain about making your own choice. Perhaps some suggestions might help you.
Without breaking eye contact or moving his head, Milo slowly extends the menu to this woman.
She like takes it, but like as she does it, like she flips her hair, and it's so like she's not trying. It just happens. There's like this sort of natural L'Oreal sway to all of her hair, her beard, and her hair.
Oh my god, she's worth it.
Oh, she's absolutely fucking worth it. As she takes the menu and she goes, we just got a new stout in that's quite good. It's quite nice. And we freshly caught the swordfish today with a bit of lemon. It's quite delightful. And as for hosts, I could recommend a myriad of people, but if you got the coin, I am the owner of this fine establishment, and I would love to talk with such exotic and attractive young men.
Of course she is.
Well, you seem to have us at a bit of a disadvantage, Miss...
Brewbeard. Bertha Brewbeard. I'm also well known as the Brewbeard Beauty, though that is not a title I've given myself, I assure you. It's just a simple nickname I've picked up over my years of service here in Basalt Rise. And you all are?
The Reclaimers.
The Reclaim. Ooh, adventurers, are you?
Yeah.
Mercenaries? I see. You have very... I love your axe, by the way. I was going to say, lovely creation. Is that made out of bone?
Oh, aye. Fresh from a kill in Dalvaria for a hunting festival.
I'd love to hear about it. Of course, I hate to say it, but you'd have to pay for me to host you, for you to tell me such stories, and I would love to hear them. Honestly, I should be paying you, but we have an establishment here to run.
Well,
What if
we
you
would
forward to
hate
ask
to
what your
deny
price is?
you.
Oh, well, if you've got a gold in an hour, I'd be willing to sit with you.
I have a gold!
And
Get him!
just in a very Billy and Mandy-esque way. Straight arm out, holds gold up.
Tell you what.
Fucking good!
She kind of looks towards you and gives you like that sort of warm smile. She looks towards you and goes, since you're newcomers, I'm assuming this is your first time here, based on the way your heads are all swiveling, all cute like, and that, well, I said it before, you're quite handsome, all of you. How about we do 1 gold for the first hour, and then after that, about 3 gold afterwards, if you'd like to continue with my company. It's up to you. This is your establishment after all. I may own it, but it is yours.
If this was 3-5, we have all failed our will saves.
Speak for yourself.
Milo will slowly nod, but it's that mild shaky, like quick up and down, but the overall up and down.
Very well, then. Let me get your drinks and your food first. You seem like you've probably been on quite the venture, and you need your strength.
Aye, a stout for me and my friend here. I look over at Kier and I just like, you know, the buddy like arm over shoulder and point.
You seem to be an acclaimed warrior, if I'm not mistaken, by your weapons and the way you kind of carry yourself. We have this very powerful stout ale. It's a favorite amongst dwarves, known as the Dragon Choker, said to be from a brewmaster who choked out a dragon in his youth. Would that interest you?
Sure.
Hell yeah.
And for my rather lustrous blue lizard folk friend, what would you like?
Oh, I think that's me, right? Yeah.
No, the other blue lizard folk.
No, me.
Where am I?
I think I want to start with a lighter ale.
We have a nice pale ale that came from the northern towns, if you'd like.
Sounds great.
Very nice. And for the other short folk, it's been a while since we had a halfling come through, dear. What would you like?
Oh, that sword, fish, the ale was good.
Swordfish. For a good pairing ale, we have this very, very nice black cherry ale, I would recommend.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And then for a rather dapper-looking gentleman, I love your cravat and your hair is so coiffed and nice. What can I get for you?
You're too kind, ma'am. I would like one of your goat platters and a serving of your mushroom wine.
Gaius is staring at you. His mouth open. Gaius is it's that white cat meme of the cat with its mouth open, just staring.
Just holding up the paw, like.
He like locks eyes with you for like a second, and he like shrugs his shoulders and shakes his head like, what?
I heard it's a delicacy.
The Brewbeard Beauty looks towards you and goes, oh, a strong man who needs to regain his vigor but has a refined palate. You're after my own heart, dear. And last but certainly not here, speaking of delightful hair and just volume, I have to ask you, what do you use?
The sea air.
Oh, sailors do get that beautiful, luscious lock sort of look. I'm jealous. But I don't do very well on boats. I prefer being here in the company of handsome men. And what would you like, dear?
Monty, did they have any meat that wasn't goat?
They had fish and goat and sheep, mutton.
Was it just the swordfish, or did they have any like halibut or salmon or
just
was it
swordfish? Yeah.
They only eat that which.
Oh no,
back.
they had oysters and mussels as well.
Oh,
And
can I
cockles.
just get some oysters and mussels, please?
Certainly. Is that all for you or to share?
Sure, we'll share it.
Oh, I'd
I
love
share.
to share it. I'd love to share it with you.
I meant,
She's just inviting herself to dinner.
Okay, I guess she's gonna have some muscles and
Sure.
arms. Okay.
Well, I probably don't need any more muscles as I already have some. And she kind of flexes, and she's actually fucking built as well.
Milo is purple in the face.
Breathe, man, breathe.
I'll be right back with it, and then we can get to talking. And she kind of walks away. She has this natural sort of sway to her as she walks around. She stops by a table where there's a dwarf and goes, "Oh, how are you doing? How's the food?" And he goes, "Oh, it's delightful, thank you. If you need anything, don't be afraid to ask. Are you performing tonight?" "Well, I'd like to, but I mean, do I have to?" And he kind of laughs, and she kind of laughs and continues on her way.
Escan, very much like unintentionally out loud, just kind of says to the table, "We can't tell Sherry we came here."
Why not?
Never mind.
Okay. Is she coming on like really weird for anybody else, or is it just me?
That's the goal of this sort of establishment. They want to sell you on a lot of things.
Well, I mean, we all got food, so I guess she's doing a good job.
I'm not sure
suppose
that's all
so.
she's selling.
Well, she's not a merchant, is she?
In a manner of speaking, I guess you could say so.
Well, but I mean, like, she runs like a tavern, so I guess. I mean, if
The
she's got
merchant of
scrolls,
food
I
and
would love
ale.
to look at some. Do you think she has spell scrolls?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Can't believe
Though
Take a
I
shot.
wonder if she does have any information about the surrounding areas.
It would be worth to ask if she's going to be joining us. We've got an hour at least.
In a place like this,
Yeah,
I'm
is it-
sure someone like her would hear things.
Yeah, she said she was going to eat my mussels and clams.
I like her. She seems very nice.
Thank you, Zito.
Shut up, above game. Shut up, Zito.
Oh, that was in game.
Shut up, Gaius and
You said
Zito.
eating clams.
As you guys are kind of sitting, about 10 minutes pass, and you see as those two twin dwarves come back, along with the Brewbeard Beauty, they put their drinks in front of you, which, by the way, the portions here are very large.
Oh, boy.
Gaius, your stout is like, oh my god, it's like, how do I describe
Did I get
man?
a DOS boot?
Yeah,
dwarven,
it's,
stout.
A dwarven
It's
pint is basically
Dwarven
2
Das
liters
Boot.
of beer.
honestly,
yes, boots. I
yeah,
haven't heard
it's
that
like
name
a
in ages.
liter. That you guys basically get in these giant, massive glass like steins that you can drink from. And she puts one in front of you, Gaius. Escan, you get equally amount. Like, you're like, oh, I want something light. Yeah, you're gonna get something light, but like a liter of it. As she places down
Jesus.
a rather lighter colored looking frothy pale ale. Milo, your swordfish comes out. It is a beautiful seared swordfish that has some sort of like some sort of strange, like almost like what would you call it? It's like a sauce. Like a bit
Like
like
a
a mint
glaze?
sauce.
Tartar sauce?
Yeah, like a tartar kind of.
Ooh,
And there's a
mint
couple
sauce.
there's a couple of grilled vegetables on the side. There's some grilled peppers and grilled cherry tomatoes. And she places down your ale, which is a much deeper golden, like red color, as it seemed to have been made with cherries. Otho, your goat platter is what appears to be like goat ribs, but they're like fall off the bone. As she places the goat rib platter, she goes, "Watch this," and she grabs one of the rib bones and just pulls it out of the meat. Like it's that tender and that soft. And then she pours out in a rather, again, generous fist-sized wine glass of just the darkest, like it's almost black, the darkest wine you've ever seen in your life. And then in front of you, Kai, she brings what looks to be some sort of like wooden and metal steamer. And as she opens it up, inside is just a pile of mussels, clams, and what looks like cockles as well. And there seems to be 3 exotic dipping sauces next to them. And you watch as the other 2 dwarves pull up a chair, and she sits down between, probably between Otho and Escan, I would say.
Oh, thank goodness she didn't break us up.
Fuck, Bosco.
You are super spicy.
Kai never got a word in, but he, not Kai, oh my god, Kier. Similar name, yeah.
You did this to yourself.
Kier would probably take your guys' recommendation for drink. So what would you like Kier to get?
Hardest thing, kid.
No. Gaius is not mean. He's for his first beer ever. He's getting like
The
a
hardest
medium
liquor
to
ever.
a medium to hard pale, the hardest pale they have.
Okay.
No, but that's not how
He's a
democracy
working
works.
bard. I don't think this is his first beer ever.
Okay, fine, a lager then.
Okay. They have a lager called the Tomorrow Destroyer, and you order that.
Perfect. Nailed it.
And he orders
Sure.
the goat stew for himself.
Oddly
as
on
well.
point.
I don't think I said it, but we can definitely have Iskan get the swordfish as well.
Okay. You also get the swordfish too. These are like sizable chunks. Like it's bigger than your face. Like these are giant. It looks like they literally took the
Let's just say
swordfish,
something for
like
Iskan.
sliced it from its middle and placed it. It smells fresh and amazing though.
Ooh.
As Milo, you eat it, it is like it's dense like steak, but it has that sort of like that really pleasant light quality of fish. The sauce next to it is like a sort of tangy, almost like pineapple kind of fruity sauce, which balances out the more like heavy, meaty side of the fish. The goat platter is seasoned with extremely, extremely decadent and powerful herbs, Otho. And the meat is so tender. It is so like just melt in your mouth tender. It's got an edge of gaminess to it. It's a little bit inevitable with goat, but the heavy seasoning really makes it more of a pleasant experience. The oyster platter, there's 3 different sauces. There is a sort of tangy, sort of light lemony sauce. There is a sort of spicy deep red sauce, and there's a sort of savory, almost honey and salty kind of like deep flavored sauce as well. And the oysters here are huge. They're massive oysters. And as the Basalt Beauty, or rather the Brewbeard Beauty, sits down next to you, she goes, "So what brings you to Basalt Rise? Not usually that we see so many classy people come on by."
He says classy, and once again the camera pans over to us, and like some of us have food just dangling out of our mouths as we've stopped mid-bite to listen to what she's saying.
Fantastic, Mr. Fox eating.
Oh my god.
Oh, we're just on our way to Ironkind.
I see. Business and Ironkind, eh? Starting to reach out into the world. That's really fascinating. What are you doing in Ironkind, if you don't mind me saying? Not that I'm spying on you or anything. I'm just curious what brings you here. I'm hoping you might come back.
Inside.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Iskan's at least still aware enough to insight that.
Go for it.
Like, I imagine this is just business. but I wanna
Natural
see if
20!
Wow. Well, can't beat that, but we'll do our best.
Mark, why are you going so southern?
Come back, Mark. You're going too far south. Come back.
I'm sorry.
Inside this
Well.
lady, get her done.
Oh, don't go, Larry the Cable Guy.
That's an 11.
All right. Otho, you get the sense that she genuinely wants to know. Gaius with a natural 20. You get the sense that she genuinely wants to know. She's curious, but there's no malicious behind it. She's not like spying on you to like sell the information to anybody. She's just like, ooh,
Aw.
what are these unique men doing in my town, and why are they ooh, like kind of like that. That makes sense.
Oh, they're giving the vipers.
I'd imagine most of us are all on the same page, but if we all have our own separate goals, that's something we can share. Otherwise, we're just here for work.
Oh, well, I'm glad that you're able to slip in some pleasure between work. Kier kind of raises a hand and goes, "I am here to learn about dwarven music." And she kind of leans back and goes, "You don't say. Well, I hope you stick around for my performance later. I've been told that it heals the ailments of the heart, but I feel like people are just exaggerating or being nice. Of course, you can say for yourselves once the performance is over, and I do hope you stay."
Are you a singer as well?
"I sing sometimes, but I'm more well-versed in the harp. Some say I was born in the cradle with one, and I do love the instrument so much. What about you? Do you play an instrument?"
Me? No.
"Oh, you seem like a flute fellow, but I could be wrong. I apologize." Where are you from, though, I must say? I mean, you're quite the unique entourage. Not that I am complaining.
Oh, some Eastern Vale.
Oh, Easonvale. I heard that was in a terrible state. Is it better now?
Yeah.
It most certainly is.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. Were you all born in Easonvale, then?
Oh no, we're from all over. We met in Easonvale.
Oh. Perhaps, was that where your mercenary company was born?
I guess you could say so.
Aye, in a way.
Born is certainly the right word for it.
Although technically you could say it was born on the boat we came in on.
Oh, I have a fun game. Can we play a fun game?
Okay.
Before I get into these before I get too deep into beers before we start playing games, I do have one question I'd like to at least ask.
Of course.
Is there anything you know, or would anyone you would know that knows about something called the Amethyst Path?
Oh, I mean, that sounds like gemstone troubles. Are you having gemstone trouble?
Gaius pulls out the amethyst.
If you're having gem problems, I feel sorry for you.
God, I guess.
Oh, I'm just teasing you, sweetheart. You hold up the amethyst?
Yeah, I show it to her.
Oh my goodness, this is a nice piece of amethyst, my dear. You might want to make sure you don't show everybody this. You can't find anything this pure this side of Ironkind. She hands it back to you.
Mm-hmm.
If I might make a recommendation that might help you, you're probably going to want to talk to the Sharp Silver family.
Got it.
They are the master of gemstones. Specifically, they're in charge of mining for gemstones in Ironkind itself.
Gaius pulls out the
Sharp
Odyssey
Silver.
and just writes it. Yeah, the Sharp Silver family.
Are you new to Ironkind? Is this your first time here or no?
Maybe for most of us it is.
Oh, well, not for this guy. Looks over at Milo. At least coming down this way. You're up north from here. You used to live here.
No, don't say anything. That spoils the game that we were going to play.
Okay.
How about we play the game now? I'm going to guess where everyone is from at this table. And if I get it right, you give me a silver. And if I get it wrong, and she like reaches between her chests and she pulls out a silver coin. I give you a silver.
Oh, fuck.
Competition! Milo is sweating bad right now.
It's all warm.
He is far too good
Not
at
to
this.
not to make it too weird, but yeah, he was looking.
What do you say? Want to play?
Okay.
You, and she points towards you, Milo. You are probably going to be the easiest. I'm going to say that they said you're from the north, and you are a halfling. I'm sorry, dear. I'm going to have to say you're from Meadowfield.
I like chuck 10 silver at her.
What the? Oh my god!
Oh,
Just
so
throwing dimes
generous.
off this poor woman.
The
But we
overpaying continues.
She picks up one of the silver coins, and she kind of goes, "Now, I only said one, but you're being very generous." And she kisses the one silver coin and slides it to you, and then takes the other 9 and pockets them.
Without a single frame, it is gone in his hand.
I'll never watch
this
this
now
coin again.
This evolved from a coin to a fucking keepsake that you get at the beginning of character creation.
It's now an heirloom.
Otho's expression just says this was worth every gold.
Her head lures over to Eastcan next, and she goes, "I don't see that many lizard folk. You're honestly a rare species here, but I am not complaining. I mean, the shimmer of your scales is so captivating. Where would you be from? You might not even be from Alton. I didn't even think about that. I'm going to guess you are from Tatalon."
No. Sorry. I'm from Zoko, actually.
Oh, Zoko, that's so far away. Goodness gracious, you've traveled all that way.
Traveling is sort of my calling, so didn't feel that far, honestly.
You must have seen some beautiful places.
Some, yeah.
Well, you won. And she reaches and grabs a silver coin and kisses it and then slides it to you, Escan.
He just kind of stares at it at the table for a minute and then looks at her and just says, "Thank you." But he just kind of leaves it on the table for now.
Now you, and she looks towards you, Gaius. It feels obvious, but I don't think I'm right, because you don't really look like a Savasian satyr. But I gotta go with Savas. Are you from Savas?
Nope, not at all.
Oh, and she reaches in and she grabs the silver key and slides it to you. Where are you from? I'm curious.
That would cost you another silver, ma'am.
Oh, you're playing hard.
Let's go.
You are playing hard to get. I like you. We'll see. Maybe I'll have something to bargain with that's better than silver at the end.
All right, very well. Bet. Swigs.
Wow. Guys, is like, stay away from a woman.
You two, I think, are related. Am I right?
Is she really the first NPC in 74 episodes to realize?
Yeah, like, how does she know that? We don't look that much alike. What the fuck? We don't talk the same. We don't. All right, sure, lady. Whatever.
Do you give her a look when she says that?
Kai is straight face. Like, he's not giving her anything. So that's up to Otho.
Otho, do you say anything to that?
I think he would just smile at that. Could I insight her again?
Go for it.
I'm trying specifically this time to see if this is intuition or if there's another way that she knows this. Ooh, 20 men.
Perfect.
This woman is sharp. She's very good at picking up on things. You get this answer.
Okay, so it is raw intuition.
Raw intuition, yeah. As you look at her too, she's not like crotchety grandma, but she is experienced. This is an older, stronger woman is the best way to put it. A mature
woman.
Yeah.
Yep. Otho just smiles at her.
You dress rather finely. Those silks could be imported. You wear a cravat. But his poncho belays Chelstonia, and you are related because you have the same eyes. Oh, I'm going to say Martirallo.
Well, Bertha, we have to give it to you. And Otho will pull out a silver. Though I think maybe you have it a little bit easy, seeing as I am the son of an ocean lord.
Are you now? I've never met an ocean lord. I've heard stories, though.
He'll slide her the silver.
That'll be 2 silver, dear. I got both of you right. I know it. I just heard your brother groan due to the loss. It's okay, sweetheart. You'll win the next one.
Kai will slide a silver to Otho and not even make eye contact with her.
Okay, I'll take that silver and slide it over to her.
She
I am
takes
curious
both
what
of them.
kind of stories you've heard.
About?
You said you knew some things about ocean lords. I'm wondering what you've heard.
Of course. We have all kinds of sailors come through here, and they do talk about the ocean lords. I heard one of them was killed recently. Well, recently for dwarves, but perhaps a long time for humans.
Say within the past, 100 years?
It's like, what was that, like a week ago? Man, that was 200 years ago. Oh, it's last Tuesday then.
Oh, sorry, I blinked. Did all of your history rise and fall?
For me, it was Tuesday.
It's not the only thing rising and falling.
God damn it.
I heard one of the ocean lords died and was replaced by a young woman, which good for her. I've heard stories about what was his name? The elf. Ozmir, I believe his name was.
Yes, Oslamir Harlan.
Oh, tragic man. Poor man. But it's good to hear that he's still around.
When she says that, Easton kind of looks from gives a side eye to Otho for like the briefest of moments.
Oh, did you not hear the stories?
You seem to be full of them, Bertha. If you care to enlighten us.
Apparently, his village was ravaged and destroyed by a kraken when he was a young boy, and since then he's never had a family of his own.
Oh, man!
Jeez.
Apparently, he was married for a time, but she also passed away. It seems as though the poor man is doomed to a life of loneliness.
Oh my god. Well, with all his responsibility, I'm sure he has all the time to be occupied, even if it has to be lonely.
Oh, it's such a sad state of affairs. Truly, there should be a poem or a play written about it.
Look over at Kier.
Kier is like peeking up at that, like, There's also the Coin Master. Apparently, he's from Ruba, I heard, originally. He was exiled there for apparently upsetting the ruling parties that be.
Somehow an ear is in the middle of the table.
I know that to be false, actually. I know that information is bad. Kaliko is from the Coin Beaches, which are from the Eastern Isles.
Do you want to tell her that?
No.
let her think what she wants to think.
This one's just for you.
This is just gauging.
She knows what she knows. Yeah.
Yeah. The information is good to her, but she doesn't know everything. So now this sort of puts into perspective maybe the other information that she's giving us might not necessarily be true, and that's not her fault.
She did say that she's heard rumors. She's not saying, "Oh, I know this stuff." She's like, "I heard these rumors." I mean, there's yeah, you know that he's from the Eastern Isles specifically, though the story of him being like thrown out of a country kind of reeks of someone who doesn't like him.
Which could be literally anyone.
Anyone.
Yeah. Quite literally anybody. Yeah.
Like our friend with the copycat swords.
Oh.
I'm afraid that's all the Ocean Lords I know about, dear.
Still quite fascinating stories you have at your disposal.
I hear rumors here and there. I like to spread them, though I've been corrected here and there, which is just fine. If you have anything to ask about Ironkind, though, I assure you my knowledge is quite robust and quite good.
I have a question.
Yes, dear.
What started this war between dwarves and dragons?
Oh. Oh my, you really don't know much of anything, do you?
Shakes head rapidly.
No!
No! Oh, really? No.
About 100 years ago, our neighboring dwarven nation was under siege by agents from the elemental plane of fire.
I'm sorry, what now?
Then everything changed when Iska. No, I mean, when
Mark is just like, hang on a second, let me check with my contact.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know about that one. Hold on.
As the story goes, 100
years ago.
100 years ago.
Okay, I thought Sega turned heel. Whew.
Okay. Yeah, this would be about 80 years before Seika's time, which. Think about it. The time actually lines up with someone else.
Yep.
When the elemental plane of fire invaded our lands, attempting to take it over and turn it to a land of molten flame, our good king took a great half of our treasure, dwarven gemstones and gold, the finest there was, and placated himself in front of the gold dragons. The dragons took their offering, but refused to help us in the battle, and we lost our neighbor nation and our brothers and sisters the same. Ever since then, the king has sworn revenge upon the dragons, and the dragons, the greedy beasts that they are, feel as though this is some sort of deep cut into their own honor. It wants to see us burnt from the land. This new age is called the Flame Impasse, for we still have the magma flowing behind us, and the dragons to the east flowing in front of us.
What was the name again?
Flame Impasse.
The Flame
Flame
Impasse.
Wait, flowing behind us.
Oh, yes.
Will our travels actually take us close to this flowing magma?
Depends. Where do your travels take you?
Well, to Ironkind first.
Oh, no. It's well beyond, far to the west of Ironkind.
Good, like Breath of the Wild style. Like, oh, all right, everyone, get your suits on. We're going to Goron Village.
Yeah, we have to climb the top of the mountain and then just parasail over to the lava flow.
Or just fucking eat nothing but like just shove bananas in our mouths as we fly over. Shut up and give me armor now!
Just keep feeling food.
Sorry, follow-up question.
Of course.
Why do the dragons not like worshippers of Orun?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I haven't talked to any dragons.
How much venom is in that statement?
There's a little bit of venom in there.
Okay. All right.
All I know about the dragons is that they want us dead. And that's all I wish to know. Sorry, dear. I should have specified.
No, it's fine. Your company's lovely.
Your company's lovely too. She actually leans over and like gently presses her finger onto your nose, like a little like boop, kind of.
All right, so everybody in a 30-foot radius needs to make a
explosion.
Milo now enters phase 2.
That's one way to flashbang everybody.
All right, so everybody takes 2d10 plus 5 damage.
No!
Milo, you were only supposed to flashbang one person, not all of us.
The Brewbeard beauty continues. Aldir Harukneth is unfortunately a bit inhospitable. There's a few that have staked a claim. They're making hot springs, so if you're interested in going to some lovely hot spring resorts, I'd recommend it, but nothing grows there. And then there's still errant elementals wandering about. The entire country exploded. There's now the smoke pillar that makes up most of the land, which is a massive volcano. That's where most of the elementals made their way through to lay siege to the land. And it's ultimately where the king's men held their line. Unfortunately, the Dwarven kingdom there is gone. The 3 families that presided there, that weren't outright killed, made their way back to Ironkind. However, 2 of them left and only 1 remains.
Sorry, you said the agents of the plane of fire?
Yes.
Where is that?
It's a different plane.
I'm not sure I understand.
Oh dear. You see, in places where there's great bits of magma, there are doors that can lead into the elemental plane of fire, said to be a scorched land of dark obsidian and flaming skies. Some say that the dragons of fire were born there, but who's to say? But earth, fire elementals, Azers, and other such creatures, the Djinns and Ifritis make their way through. Their king at the time was a ruthless tyrant, trying to come into the material plane and claim it at his own at certain incursion points. And unfortunately for Aldir Harukneth, they were right in the scene of a massive breach within the planes.
So, is it like a teleportation circle?
No, kind of. It's a different plane of existence, like the celestial plane, the abyss, the hells. There's the elemental plane of fire, water, air, and earth, I believe, as well. Kier actually raises a hand at this and goes, my cousin was from the elemental plane of earth, actually. I believe that I was also from a different plane before I came here.
Isken kind of looks at her, slowly growing more confused as she's speaking, and then when Kier speaks, he turns towards Kier, and his expression starts to morph into one of, like, almost panic, as you guys see him sort of reach to his side, push his plate out of the way, and pull out his map and kind of just stare at it for a second.
Existential crisis. There's other worlds.
Oh, darling, you watch as the Beard Brew Beauty puts a very delicate hand on your shoulder, and she goes, "Oh dear, it's a whole other plane of existence."
Aye. My grandmother also told me of the Feywilds. You would have to make a whole new map just for that.
If the map would stay consistent. I've heard the stories of the Feywild, always changing, never the same.
Oh, aye. Those are true.
As you guys keep talking, his eyes grow wider and wider.
I know, this
and
is
the
great.
color sort of
You are
drains
ending.
from
You are
his
ending
face.
his dream.
And he finally
No.
speaks up and says, "Do you have rooms for sleeping?"
We do. The Stone's Bosom is our inn upstairs, if you'd like a room.
He just puts down a gold and tries to find his way upstairs. His brain is
One
so
room, please.
overloaded
Oh.
from just the last few hours that he needs a nap.
Darling, I'm afraid it's going to be about 4 more gold from you there for the room.
I'll cover that.
Thank you. Rest well. Girls, and she kind of nudges over to the 2 girls who are actually kind of watching this interaction. They seem to be learning. And they actually escort you upstairs, Escan, to a room.
Yeah, he's done for the day.
As you enter the room, Escan, there are large, it's like bronze inlaid stone beds with woolen mattresses and woolen pillows. And like stone basins to wash in and large windows. They're kind of covered in soot though because of the large chimneys outside, but it's still a nice location.
He's just gonna sit on the bed for a minute looking out the window at what he can see from that position.
See the ocean where you came from.
And then a harpy flies by.
Roll initiative. Anyway, back to the conversation.
You'll
It's like one of
never
those
map the world,
Windows-
these can never!
It's the Windows 95 screensavers that like nothing happens for 30 seconds and then like something just flits by and you're like, what the fuck was that?
I just, Zito, you gave me a Smiling Friends flashback. I hope you're happy.
Oh, hell yeah, dude!
As the rest of you guys sit there, the Brewbeer Beauty, she doesn't seem to she's kind of sad to see Escan go, but she also acknowledges that you guys traveled a ways. She kind of turns, she goes, "Are you aware of the families of Ironkind?"
We've heard a little bit of the different families. You told us of the Sharp Silvers.
Yes, there's 12 dwarven clans in Ironkind, and there are 3 gutter dwarf clans, 2 of which have left and one that still resides.
Gutter dwarf.
Jeez.
Oh, I can't wait to fucking peel the onion that is that.
Sorry, you said there were 12 noble families and then...
12
clans.
dwarven clans,
Yeah.
yeah. And then there's
With
3
three
gutter dwarf
gutter.
clans, whatever that
And then the
One
Nosferatu, I mean the gutter clan. Are we gonna list them off, or
Would you like to know them all?
So far we've heard of the Sharp Silvers, the Brewbeards, I'm assuming,
That's my family name, yes.
the Dark Delvers,
Oh, the Dark Delver family, yes. They're an impressive lot, them. That would make sense. You are mercenaries, and they tend to do a lot of exploring and pathfinding.
ooh,
Let me go from the lowest ranking dwarves to the highest ranking, perhaps.
that would work.
First, you have the lowest rated, who are dead. Thank Grometh for that. The Diamond Decayers. They were once a dwarven clan, but they are now gone. Second, I'm just reading here. At the bottom, you have the Oak Hearts. They were cowards who refused to fight in the Elemental War. When Alder Hokaneth was destroyed, our king did not let them into the city as a reward for their cowardice.
I know it might be bitter to ask, but what were their primary family values outside of the cowardice?
Oh, I wouldn't happen to know. I think they were farmers, if I had to guess.
Okay.
The name Oakheart implies wood, implies trees, which means they were probably surface workers, which is not a place that most high-ranking dwarves wish to be. Not to say that being on the surface is bad, I get to meet handsome men, but in dwarven society it holds a different value. Above them were the Forgeborns. They were rivals with the Emberbrands. They left Ironkind to make their own new kingdom, allegedly. Don't know where they went off to.
Sorry, I missed that one.
The Forgeborn.
I just started hearing the automaton theme from Helldivers.
Yeah, you and me both, buddy.
geez.
Yeah.
The last of the Gully Dwarves are the Skull Bashers. They're a rowdy, raucous lot. They used to be sworn to Ironkind, but then left to go to Alder Horukneth. They begrudgingly made their way back to Ironkind for the safety of the kingdom. Most people look to them to be cowards.
I'm sensing a pattern.
Once you get into the prime 12 clans, you have the following. At the bottom, which is not a place that's too bad to be, are the Barrelborns. There are house builders. They do our hard labor, making homes and buildings.
Okay.
They're also, she kind of leans over, in charge of building the Basalt Rise shiplifters, actually. So like I said, they're maybe at the bottom, but they certainly are resourceful. They just don't provide all that much too frequently, which places their family at the lowest rank. Above them, you got the Worm Breakers. There are guardsmen, hunters, and other men of the sword and blade. The more dragons a Wormbreaker has built, the higher status he has within his clan.
Some straight up dragon killers.
Yeah, they're straight up dragon killers, yeah. They had a different name, but changed it upon the beginning of the Flame Impasse. It's common in Dwarven society to do so. To be frank, the Wormbreakers is actually made up of various other clans who changed their name to take up the blade against the dragons. So they're a sort of new family, but the fact that they're not the last ranking family is impressive and speaks to their skills in combat. Above them, you have the Evermakers. They craft chairs, furniture, tools, goods, your common goods you don't need a forge for, baskets, things like that.
General objects.
Indeed. Above them, you have the Blood Braids. There are chefs, our food, our farmers, butchers as well, which is where their name comes from. They butcher the meat and get blood on their braids, and that's where the name came from.
Interesting for you, eh, Milo? He's our chef.
Are you now? Fancy yourself a cook?
A try.
What's your specialty, sweetheart?
Pastries.
Ooh. You'd be happily welcomed in the Bloodblade family. They love their pastries. Baking. Rock bread is what they call it. Keeps easy.
Again? Sorry?
It's called the Blood Braids, is the cooking family.
Blood brains.
Braids.
Braids.
Braid.
Got it. Blood brains.
Bosco, I am gonna kick you in the butt from Texas.
Above that, you have the Stone Mains. There are ore miners. They mine our tin, our copper, our iron, things like that.
We've heard that one before.
Yep.
And then above that is my family, the Brewbeards. We're very famous ale makers. We also tend to run inns, establishments, and things like that for weary travelers such as yourself.
You
So,
weren't
Monty.
getting drinks down the rest of the ale or the stout.
Monty, just to clarify, because I've heard it different ways, is it brew beers as in the drink or brew beards as in beards?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of gets lost in the accent, but it's Brewbeards specifically. Above that, you have the Sharp Silver family. there are gem miners and gem appraisers. Above them, you have the Hammerhelm family. They specifically make armor in Ironkind. The finest dwarven armor that you could ever find.
Would it be too much of a tall order for someone of people of our stature?
I don't know. They tend to not sell their works to outsiders. But you can find a small shop here or there where you can find an apprentice Hammerhelm making items for sale, specifically. Most of the time, they're going to be apprentices or journeymen, though. The masters are exclusively for the royal family and the Cascard, but we haven't gotten to that quite yet. Above the Hammerhelms, you have the Ember Brands. They're similar to the Hammerhelm family, and specifically they forge the weapons of Ironkind. Swords, hammers, axes.
Ooh, something dwarven take back home would actually be very fine indeed.
Oh, you wouldn't find a finer piece than a Ember Brand built weapon. Above them are the Dark Delvers. They're the ones who explore new tunnels in the deep under the deep in Ironkind, as well as sometimes travel on the surface world to make connections with other countries.
Nice.
To be honest with you, a lot of that family are full of a bunch of nutballs, but they're the crazy enough type of people to make their way and find us new places to go and mine. So you have to respect them for that recklessness. And second in the hierarchy, you've got the Cask Guard. That would be the city's military, specifically under the call of the king. They're not like the Wormbreakers. They're a lot more organized and a lot more deadly. They're meant to defend our most important of homes. So you can understand what their skills would be like. And then finally, you have the Ironkind family, that being the royal family of Ironkind itself. The current king is King Helrug Ironkind X. His family make up the politicians, the ambassadors, and also some of the most strongest military leaders marry into the family. It's not too uncommon for an individual to marry into the Ironkind family from the Wormbreakers or the Cascard for their military prowess.
I don't know if this is rude of me to say, but due to the fact that there's also a sun statue when we came in from the port, who's the next in line?
I believe that is his son, which would be King Helrug Ironkind the 11th. Or Prince, rather. Prince Helrug Ironkind the 11th.
Aye.
I hope I entertained you with my history lesson. She kind of gives a coy smile.
Oh, no, you have. I imagine that the son is going to have quite some time to get accustomed to his new position, considering the longevity of the dwarves.
Indeed. King Helrug Ironkind X is no slouch. I mean, he survived the elemental wars, and he's been in power since then. He was quite young when it started up. Why, he wasn't even 100 years old quite yet. So he's got quite a few years behind him, but his son is coming into his own, apparently. Rumors, of course, is what I've heard, but he respects his father greatly. He wants to be a great warrior like his mother, so no doubt he'll become a very well-adjusted king.
Oh, aye? How decorated is their mother?
Very decorated. She, surprisingly, is a Wormbreaker. Specifically, she killed a direct descendant by the ancient dragon Age.
Oh, sick.
She wears a cloak. She wears a cloak of golden scales made out of her son. A punishment for the dragon's greed and stubbornness.
Yeah, when the king's wife is walking around with your kids, this is above game, by the way, with your kid's skin, I think there'd be some bad blood.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. Who'd wear a dragon
That's
skin?
fucked
like
up,
that?
but also metal as hell. Who
Yeah.
wears the skin of a dragon they killed?
I know
Crazy.
who walks around with the bones of those that they killed. Who fucking does
Certainly
that?
not
a
I.
little gauche, to be honest.
Little kind of a terrible jacket idea,
Little
you know.
tacky too. Yeah, that would be an awful jacket.
It's
Little-
pretty much just a windbreaker.
I'll get you some more drinks. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. And that's DM for I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right
Yep,
back.
you're
Talk
good.
about-
Okay,
You know, you're good.
a little gauche. I think you mean a little goat.
I fucking
dare
hate you.
I think
So
the
this-
didgeridoo players are tuning up.
No.
Oh shit! They're
God
tuning up the band.
So
The
this is-
rubber band is coming in.
I'm gonna pull my clarinet out of storage.
I was about to say, I'm about to go get my flute. Damn it!
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Bosco's gonna get a basketball. and-
Bosco
I'm gonna bounce this ball.
comes back. Bosco comes back with the greatest instrument of all.
Gun.
Gun.
Yes. Allow me to play you my
Soste.
six-note sonata.
Gun. God damn it, flute.
Hot damn.
It's his weird little flute.
No, I'm gonna play the greatest instrument of all, my voice.
So anyway, y'all are still at the table.
Yeah, we're at the table. We're
Milo is sweating and white knuckled right now.
You don't
Milo-
say. I would have never known.
You're turning blue.
I forgot
Freeze,
to
man.
forget-
Blue, he's in need of a nut.
I was about to say dabba dee dabba die.
Uh-huh. I only get 7 seconds of that before I have to stop.
Guys, like, it's just like now looking over at Milo, just like with a fucking giant grin on his face and like his hands his chin Akari posed over his hands.
So you know that meme of that monkey puppet that just looks slightly to the the
Yeah!
right? Yeah.
Mm,
And then right back forward again.
I've never seen this side of you. It's actually quite fun.
What?
Exactly. Have you drank anything yet?
Just looks over it and the mug is full and then he just downs the whole thing out of nerve.
good.
There you go, champ. Get it down there.
Oh, God.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You could use a second. I can tell.
I can use something, all
not-
right, but it ain't more
Not
beer.
not 12 hours into the city of the dwarves, and already this is a fun time.
Good lord.
He just slowly blinks.
I look over at Otho and Kai. An alliance with the folks of this town. Hell, this whole country would not be nothing but a boon for us.
I have your drinks, darlings.
That's DM warning for I'm coming back.
I'm
Yeah,
coming
dear.
back to the table.
Otho will lean over to Gaius. We'll follow up on that thought.
hmm
Here you go. Would you like some more wine, Otho?
How strong is the mushroom wine?
It's so the wine. Oh, I didn't even describe the drinks. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
boy.
Gaius, the stout is potent.
Oh hell yeah!
Um,
Okay, so I'm gonna guess 15% tops.
It's smooth too. It goes down really nice with a very, very pleasant aftertaste.
Oh, it's got to be chocolate.
Escan, you were to sleep, but that pale ale. There's something pale about that ale. It was also very strong.
The darkest of pale ales.
It's like their idea of a pale ale is like a normal stout, and then their idea of a stout is like something that puts you on your butt. The cherry ale has a pleasantly somewhat kind of sweet yet kind of dry taste to it. Milo, but it's still strong, but it's pleasant. The mushroom wine is deep and earthy is the best way to describe it, but in the best way possible. It's like you ever have like a really rich blueberry, right? And then, but like add a layer of like an earthiness to it. A bit like green tea mixed with blueberry that has been refined into a sort of really dry wine. It's incredibly complex, but it's absolutely delicious. She actually places the bottle on the table, offering it to you, just showing you the label. The labeling is just, it's a cute, like it has a very beautiful illustration in gold of mushrooms. And notably in the writing, it says it's imported from Alabast specifically.
Ooh, interesting.
So, a little fun beer fact. I just found out what the strongest stout ever created is. The Hoppin' Frogs Barreled Ale Quasher.
Oh my gosh,
rate it at 15.7% alcohol.
Yeah,
That's
seems about
pretty
right.
high for a beer.
Yes, it is. I'm like, that's a beer? Are you kidding me?
She brings out the bottle of wine, but she also brought out some smaller casks of your other spirits, and she offers to refill them.
Just stiff-armed held out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As she pours the drinks, she hands off. She asks you, Otho, "Do you want more wine? Do you want more wine?"
Of course.
She pours you up the first time she poured you a glass, she poured it to 3/4 of the glass. She almost brings it up to the rim of the glass as she pours for you again.
Holy shit. Gonna need a straw for this one.
I'm gonna need a silly straw.
As she recorks the bottle, she goes, "That's our first hour up. Would you like some more company? How are you feeling?"
Milo's like, take my money.
Yeah, what does Milo look like when he says that?
Milo looks like he's about to pass out because he just okay. Monty, while you were gone, Milo downed the entire drink in one go. So
I heard it. I heard that.
Okay, good. Okay. Again, another pull. You know when Dr. Zoidberg pulls a shell out and it's just kind of sitting there and it falls over and Fry says he's dead? That's kind of him right now.
Gaius notices this and looks over at her. Like, her company is how much now again?
3 gold now.
Oh,
3 gold?
Okay.
Yeah, she's 3 gold.
I hand her 12. He would.
What the fuck? Oh, Milo's gonna have a good night.
You hand her 12 gold?
Did I stutter?
She takes 9 and she hands back 3 to you and goes, "I have to perform tonight, honey. I'm sorry. I would love to say for the full 12 gold's worth, but I have duties that I have to attend to. But I do hope you stay for the performance."
One of them's right here.
No problem. I don't look at Milo, but I just my eye shifts over to him as I pocket the rest of my money.
She sits back down comfortably, and then she pours her own glass of wine at this point.
Ooh.
She's starting to drink too. And she kind of looks at you and goes, "I've told you about the dwarven families. Is there anything else you'd like to know about Ironkind?"
Oh, aye. Any places of worthy fight?
Oh, you'd have to go up to let's see, what's it called? Sorry, my notes.
Notes? You know it's there.
If you want a good fight, Wormbreaker's Keep is up to the north towards Pud. They fight the dragons in the front lines there. Sometimes they hire mercenaries to help them, but that entire road is dangerous.
Oh, I was more thinking sport. Entertainment,
sport.
gladiatorial.
Oh, there's the Bare Knuckle Barrel Circle in Ironkind.
Ooh.
That sounds right up your alley, Mr. Agnew.
Oh boy, does it ever. As long as they fight honorably, of course. I know it may seem like a stick in the mud, but there's a reason why he looks
no,
at the wrapping on
not
his
at
fist.
all. You're not at all. I just, it's. She kind of looks side to side and then leans forward. It kind of does the I'm whispering, I'm telling a secret, but it's really embellished and she kind of flickers her eye and she goes, "There's just a lot of male energy, I suppose. It's not an establishment that I personally would like to go to, but I've heard on the lovely grapevine that it is a place of fisticuffs. If that is your thing, then I would certainly recommend it."
Fuck yeah. Downs his drink.
Fuck yeah.
Nope, this guy just looks off in the distance. Fuck yeah.
Will the rest of you be staying the night? Should I arrange rooms for all of you?
Oh, aye.
Yes, I believe so.
It's 5 gold per room.
I mean, we got the platinum for it. Put it down. Put down a plat.
It's kind of steep, though.
They're nice rooms.
I mean,
We're only staying for a night, though.
Yeah.
As the sound of a milling grindstone just pushed on the table, Milo slowly inches over 5 gold.
There'll be breakfast in the morning, served by yours truly.
I bet it is. Mhm.
And if you need it, we have plenty of hangover cures.
Do you serve any pie?
Hi.
God damn it, Bosco!
I'm just saying, like, just a slice of pie, maybe.
Was there anything else any of you would like to
What,
know?
does Milo not eat pie? I'm confused.
Also,
Alright.
shut up!
I got my interests out of the way. If anyone else wants to throw some down.
Are there any temples to Orun and Ironkind?
Orun? Oh, gods, no.
Milo, for the first time in this entire conversation, kind of shrinks back a little bit.
There's a shrine here in Basalt Rise, but Ironkind is not very exposed to the sun, you see. So there's no temples to them there.
That's a bit of a shame.
It is. I quite like the buildings of the Orun temples. The stained glass is just absolutely gorgeous. We're thinking about putting some into our own building, but it's a bit expensive. And the constant rumblings, the small earthquakes kind of crack things and whatnot, so, you know.
Oh, well, wait a minute.
Much?
How much for what?
How much would it cost to put that lovely stained glass up in there?
Oh dear, don't you worry yourself about that. Our design choices are up to us.
Though that does bring an interesting point, considering the fact that there's no temple to the sun in Ironkind. Would that imply that it's underground, like all those Underdark places that I've heard about?
Oh, darling, it's nothing like the Underdark. It's the whole mountain, hollowed out with thousands of dwarves living inside.
Holy fuck, we're going to Excalibur in Las Vegas. No, I'm sorry, Luxor. We're going to the fucking Luxor in Vegas. Dwarf Luxor.
It's a beautiful place. If you're looking for temples there are plenty there to Gromith, Oriara, Livrosia. There aren't any to Uspa. I believe Vetrion as well. Mostly Gromith, though. Makes sense. It is our patron god, after all.
Milo eases up back a little bit.
Right on.
Yeah,
He's
Milo,
like,
it's not too surprising. I mean, there's no.
Oh yeah, no,
summoning
it's just
worship there.
I wasn't sure if there was venom in that statement or if it was just a matter of fact, and it's very much a matter of fact.
It's just, bruh, there's no sunlight.
Pro.
They don't hate the
Natural
sun so
light
much
what?
that they don't see it.
Ain't no sun.
There's
Ain't
also
no
a shrinery in there,
sunshine.
actually, now that I think about it. You might find an Orun shrine there, but, you know, it's a shrinery. It's not exactly a temple, but they exist.
Slow nods.
Have you been to a shrinery before? You seem to be a man of the cloth.
Have I?
Quickly.
I don't know if we've ever come across one in our travels.
Would that not count as the one we first went to, or is that temple dilapidated?
That was a temple. It was
Yeah, it was a
dilapidated,
temple.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Religion check. It's a really low DC, but religion check for me, Milo.
This ought to be rich. Oh, 22.
Damn.
A shrinery, you know, is sometimes it's a standalone building. Other times it's a particular faith will have like a bit of like a wing where they have set up shrines to other gods that are less worshipped in the area, just to have them there for either travelers or more like kind of niche worshippers.
Mm-hmm.
It's, you know, it's like a sort of it'll work kind of worshipping space. It's not as glamorous and or as appealing, but it is like a nice thing to have.
Yeah.
Usually, interestingly enough, like Oriara in particular tends to be the most shrineried god because there's not a lot of dedicated temples to Oriara.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly enough, Talantura, who is a god, the god of dumb luck and gambling, has no shrines at all or any temples. However, gambling houses are considered its its domain, more or less. So
Hmm.
there are sort of exemptions from this and more common ones, but it's here and there. It depends. But like the fact that a dwarven kingdom is mostly Gromith and then there's a shrinery to Orun, that makes a ton of sense, honestly.
Yeah. Okay.
She kind of turns towards you, Milo, and goes, "Sorry, dear, but if there's any consolation, it'll be nice that you bring the sun down to them."
He makes the dumbest giant grin any of you have ever seen.
Bro, man's turning into Patrick Star from the SpongeBob movie.
Any other questions at all? I love talking to you. You're all such great conversationalists and so curious.
Oh, one thing. If you, we could turn this around and tell you a story of our exploits of getting our weaponry.
I would love to hear that.
Yep, so I would like guys to regale to her the story of us taking down the bone drakes in Delvaria.
As she listens to the story and the recountants, she knows about Delvaria as well, which is interesting. She actually mentions that about 30 years ago, they had a doorman who was a Delvarian, back when the clientele was a little rougher.
Awesome.
Yeah, she was like, he was such a handsome man, but he barely talked. He married a sailor girl, and I don't know what they're doing now, blah, blah, blah. They kind of regales and accounts as well. But when you tell the story about, killing this thing, she is like, it's interesting. She's like very impressed, but she compares it a lot to probably what she's heard from a lot of the worm breakers of killing dragons. It's kind of similar, but with like a different sort of thing. She's very captivated though, and she quite enjoys it. And they made the weapons out of the bones. How fascinating.
Not just bones, but armor along with my other compatriots. Like you, looks over at Kai.
Huh. Now that's impressive. I've heard stories about Delvaria. I've never been to, though. I hear it's quite a rough and rugged land.
It's dry.
Would you like
it's
some
not
more
dry,
ale?
though.
Yes!
She pours you
Hold
another
up, mug.
drink. She pours
Oh my
you another
gosh.
drink. She does like it's super like crazy too. Like she holds the tiny cask under one arm and like clenches her muscles and then unpops it and then pours it in with her bicep. It's like really extra.
His pupils just print pick.
Well, if you can kill a mighty beast like that, I have no doubt that you could deal with a dragon. Or, if you're more interested in it, if you intend to do more mercenary work, there are sometimes caravans that run into the Underdark, and they get attacked by all manners of wicked beasties down there.
Oh, if we had the time, that would sound fun. But I believe our responsibilities would lie us elsewhere.
You said you were heading to...
Ironkind.
You're heading to Ironkind, okay. Where are you going after that? Are you staying for a while, or are you heading back out to sea? If you're coming back through here, I'd like to see you again.
I believe after that we'll be heading to Meadowfield.
Visiting your family, I assume. She looks towards you, Milo.
Yeah, just me mom.
Oh, well, I'm sure she'll be missing her little sunlight.
Man turned into a kazoo for a second.
I'm assuming you're going to head up towards the Wormbreaker Keep Road, then.
Would be a fun pit stop, at least for me anyway.
If you're going to Ironkind, are your pockets full?
I'm scared to confirm or deny that.
Tonight, I'm not sure.
Well, my sister, she runs the biggest inn inside of Ironkind, and I wouldn't mind sending her a letter. I'm running out of my favorite perfume, you see.
Well, if we're heading that way, I don't see why not. We've been missives before.
Plus, call me a bit biased, but if you're going to be staying in Ironkind for any period of time, I have to recommend my sister's establishment.
I really hope she is like the least personable person we've ever met.
Just like,
just the complete opposite.
Rough and tumbled, blunt, rude.
You walk in, what do you want?
Nastina from that one episode of Pokemon.
She's the dispatcher from Atlantis.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll
that's
call you
fucking
back.
rules.
We're being attacked by a giant lobster.
Oh, that's fucking rules. Well, if we are heading that way, I don't see why not.
Okay, I'll give it to you in the morning then. I trust it with the lot of you. You seem to be a rather resourceful group of adventurers. Just don't do anything that would ruin your good looks.
Gaius looks down at himself. I hope I get scars, though.
Oh, scars would look very good on you. But she kind of looks towards you, Otho.
I aim to collect as little scars as I can.
If you get a scar before me, Otho, I'll be very jealous and angry.
If any of you get hurt, I won't forgive you. She looks at you very sternly, but like in a friendly, kind of playful way.
Mm-hmm. So, no promises, lady. I'm the fighter.
Milo slowly raises the sensor as it starts steaming.
No,
I'm ready.
It's just a train whistle.
Gaius puts his hand on the sensor and pushes it down below the table.
Hey, can I have more of this funny juice? And you watch as she pours more drink for Kira, who's like swaying like a tree side to side.
Oh, buddy! Oh,
let it happen. Let it happen.
Oh no, I'm gonna be the best friend and like let it ride out for him.
I'm working on a song about them, and he like points towards all of you, but like knocks over the bottle of wine, but it's very quickly picked up.
Lightning reflexes, snaps towards the wine.
I've been working on some verses. It's gonna be about you guys, and a little bit about Easton Vale, and like just really upbeat drinking song.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
What rhymes with might, though? That's the one line I'm having a lot of problems with.
Sight. You could do sight.
No, that doesn't work.
Kite?
It has to be, oh, Gaius the Cedar, a being of blank. But it has to rhyme with might.
Fight. He's full of fight.
A being of height, because he grows to a giant form?
No, fight. Fight's good. Fight's good. And here comes your Gaius. A hero of fight. He'll break you down with his giant smite. Yes! And he goes to write it, and it's drunken scribbling. It's completely unintelligible.
The moment he says that, because of how deep Gaius was into his drink, he almost proc giant smite, and he just remembered.
It's really interesting. I'm trying to write about all of you, but it's like
you could do the same rhyme scheme for Milo, actually.
No, Milo's good. His verse is good. I like his verse. It's very, very good. I really like Eastcan's, though. Eastcan's is probably like my favorite. And then the final part of the song is real good because it's just like there's a line that's like this gaggle of heroes. Or no. How does it fucking go? It's just like
whoa, he swore!
Did he swear?
We have ruined here.
There's
whoa.
It's taken to the bottle.
This glorious band will collect all the weirdos and become the world's most unlikely of heroes. I really like that verse. I think that verse is going to be real good.
Can we get him another beer, please?
Of course. So she pours him another ale, and he just starts drinking.
Maybe a water as well.
What's that, dear?
The thing Kai's been drinking.
I like put my hand on Kier's shoulder. You having fun, bud?
This is the greatest. I love you guys.
Aw, thanks, buddy.
I wish I wasn't Robin, because then I would play my lute, but I have my lyre. Where the fuck is my lyre? Where's my... Oh, it's on my back.
He
swore again.
He is no longer even PG-13. He is rated
R
now.
I've been hanging out with sailors. What do you want from me?
That is true.
Dude, I can't believe that when he drinks, his panic Grimtongue comes out.
A month at sea, and he's taking up swearing.
God, if he does get sloshed,
two beers.
If he gets incredibly sloshed, does he start talking like Panic?
You know, I really like this location, and the Grimton is right. Dwarves are the best. No wonder
What kind
he
of
loves
accent is
them
that?
so much.
Tracadian? Is that Tracadian?
Well, you never heard Alabastian before?
That sounds like a nerd.
He's like drunkenly like strumming.
Oh, you poor
Oh
bastard.
my.
Oh, dear.
Gaius
Oh,
looks to
dear.
the rest of the
Oh, my.
table. I'll actually like chauffeur him. I'll take it from here.
Thank
No,
you,
I'm
Mr.
singing.
Agnew.
I'm singing a song, my magnum opus. Heroes of legend, and they go around. Why are you pushing me? You push him away.
Yeah. I'll make sure he gets to bed safely.
It's nap time.
You fucking said that, Monty. I almost responded with "if you like."
Sure. Have we got a show for you?
As you enjoy about 3 hours with Bertha Brewbeard, eventually you escort Kira's sloshed. One drink in and that kid was gone.
Oh my god.
You don't know-
First drink was Dwarven Brow.
You don't know how old Kier is. Lysenders aren't very clear to their age, but he got crunk off of one drink of Dwarven Ale. To be fair, it was like a liter of booze, though.
To be
And
fair,
it's
there
yeah,
are grown-ass adults that can
booze,
barely
which
handle
is
it.
like that's strong stuff.
Yeah, and it's dwarven stuff.
Eventually, Bertha kind of goes, I'm about to perform. I hope you're ready. And at this point, the actual establishment is like full. And as you guys were like regaling the story of the sandworm that you fought, there was actually a few dwarven men who were like, "Are you available tonight, Bertha?" And she's like, "Oh no, my dear, but maybe tomorrow." And she kind of plays with them, but there seems to be a lot of disappointment. You guys have kind of stolen probably the most popular individual of the night.
You're welcome, Milo.
I
Yeah,
will
suck
say,
it, bar.
after a couple hours, Isken will come back down. He just needed to rest, so yeah, he'll come back down just so because she mentioned performing, so he would want to see.
Out of your shell shock, I see.
Yeah, just needed a moment to
Out of
recover.
my head, out of the head.
She pours you all a final glass and stout of drink, and she very politely, she goes, "It was such a joy to speak with you. You better come back next time, you hear? I want to hear more stories. I'm sure your friend there, the bard, will sing many songs of your exploits, but personally, if it were from me, I'd like to hear it from the mouth of the heroes themselves."
Oh,
We'll look for you the next time we're through, Bertha.
I know that I'm the host of this fine establishment, but I feel like you were the greatest host of all. And she kind of leans down and she kisses you gently on the cheek, Otho, and then kisses you, Isken, on the cheek. And then she moves down to you, Kai, and gives you like a kiss on the hair, because I imagine you're busy in a book at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
One of Milo's cowlicks is like sparked and is burning down to his skull.
Kai looks like he's in a book, but he's working on lyrics, not spells.
Ooh.
She then goes to you guys. She kisses one of your horns. And then she moves over to you, Milo, and she kisses you on the cheek as well before doing like a little toodaloo kind of little wave, and she disappears onto the stage and behind the curtain.
And Milo explodes.
Yeah.
Like
Again.
All right,
No, like-
so everybody needs to make a deck save right now. Here we go. 22 damage, DC 16.
it's the green screen like small firecracker explosion people use in animation. It's like realistic.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was the Death Star explosion, but I like yours better.
I appreciate all the
that's
ones you
good.
rolled.
Yeah,
Here-
it's friends.
There's general chatter. There's actually a lot of individuals here who are like, just getting drinks and hanging out with coworkers.
Yeah.
You notice there's a lot more like hosts that come in. Interestingly enough, there's one human who's the host actually. In a sea of dwarves. Very beautiful woman, probably in her like mid-30s. Just like voluminous brown curled hair. In like a large high-rise ponytail, beautiful gemstones, things like that, and a very, very nice sort of like cream silk dress. She seems to be attending to like a group of about 5 dwarves who just seem to be like loving it. They're having a great time.
Hell yeah.
However, you hear the sound like a rattling of a ringing bell, and everyone kind of falls silent, and you watch as the curtain kind of parts, and as everyone kind of hushes silently, curtain parts, and you see Bertha wearing her, and it's in the light, the sort of spotlight that is made through a series of candles and glass lenses. You see her dress, the sequin dress really sparkles and shines. And she has this massive silver harp, a silver and mithril harp with beautiful iridescent pearlescent strings. And as she strums, who here speaks Dwarvish?
Me.
Me
I
too.
do.
All right, Otho, Escan, and Gaius. You understand the lyrics, but it doesn't change everybody else's enjoyment from this. It speaks of a forbidden dwarven lover in love with the rival dwarven family's daughter, and the lengths that he would go to visit her and gift her, and the gifts increased from, the first amethyst he ever mined in his youth to a diamond he found on a dragon's trove, to the deep, dark opal of a drow queen. Like, it kind of exceeds up and up and up, but each one is in responses with a beautiful, beautiful sort of relationship act. And it's this beautiful song that plays out in your mind, and it sets your souls at ease. If any of you were afflicted with any madness effect, it would be lifted.
Oh.
As the
Oh my
magic...
god, she cures scurvy with her
tip.
song?
She cures madness specifically.
Okay.
As she sings this song, you see everyone else in the establishment, their minds at ease, taking in this gentle, soft music, where kind of healing their weary bones and their days of work. And as you all pay your tab, which is quite sizable, by the way, you owe 12 gold. That's not with the rooms. That's just for the food and the drink.
Okay.
You guys get set up in some very lavish wool mattress rooms, enjoying a fair night with the Brewbeard Beauty in the town of Basalt Rise, and with Ironkind ahead of you. That is where we're going to end the session for the night.
Let's
Hell
go.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Bye, Austin.
Bye, Austin.
Bye, Austin.
Goodbye.
Well,
Austin.
you all discovered one of Milo's weaknesses.
It's
Women.
great.
Ripped,
Breasts? Breasts?
ripped dwarven women.
Yeah.
To be fair, I
Boobs.
don't think you're alone in that regard.
I was
Well,
about to
Pie?
say-
Of
Is
course
it pie? It's pie, isn't it?
This place was packed. And there were a lot of people there, too.
Good session, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
dude,
Connor.
Monty, I freaking
Yeah.
love the ship elevator. That's awesome.
That was really
Yeah.
cool.
It's really cool. I
Connor,
it's so fun.
Oh.
I was
Oh.
gonna say this makes me think that maybe we just need to get Brutus laid.
He has
Like,
been
do you think he would
divorced for a
jive with
little
this place? Like, yeah.
he just comes back the next morning. Wow, turns out all I needed was a little company.
Guys, I'm so
You know, since your
sorry,
mother
I
left
did
me,
it.
I
Sure,
just haven't been the
boys,
same
let's
person.
go hang out and ride roller coasters together.
Here's the missed allowances from the last 25 years.
It's just years later, after all our adventures are done, Otho's just like reminiscing. I fucking love my dad. My dad fucking rules.
He's the
Even
best. All I
Kai's
needed
like,
to
yeah,
do was
except
get
that
him
little
laid.
blip early
Again,
on.
this
He had a
this
little
isn't
weird scrunkly period after I
This
got
is-
kidnapped that one time.
this is
but-
not a brothel. I just want to preface this location
sure.
is
Of course,
not a
of
brothel.
course, of
Yeah,
course.
Milo's about to turn it into a brothel.
No,
It's
okay,
essentially
look.
a host bar.
He's about to turn it into a hostel.
Yeah.
I saw that
Listen,
movie.
listen. He was utterly
He's
He's gonna be as
flabbergasted.
hard as a fossil.
Ooh, I love Callum Draw's suggestion. Orun's High Scale Host Club.
Oh, that's
Right,
good.
That's really good.
That's
gotta
really
be it.
good.
That's gotta be it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
that's
think
it,
that's the winner.
You don't even need to
Yeah.
apply anymore. That's really good.
That's really
Callum
really
just
fun.
won the internet.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's so
Well.
clever. Orun's. One second, I gotta write it down.
Orange
Orange
High Scale Host
Scale
Club.
Host Club.
That's really, really good. Damn.
Ace Bounty, thank you, but I
It's-
think we won.
It's
Callum
it's
won.
we'll still take suggestions. Like we
Yeah,
still will,
but
because
that's
it's kind
that's
of.
got to be this one.
But like it's got Orun, which is the god of the sun, high
Mm-hmm.
scale, which is the location you went to, and you were also raised up by a high scale. And there's
Yep.
also scale for dragon, and then host club, which is where you guys were.
also
That's
high
pretty great.
scale, like highbrow was where
Yeah.
Mhm.
that makes it works on a lot of levels.
Oh.
That's an anime, right?
It is. Yeah.
Yes.
Shut up.
Or in
Okay,
high-
cool.
It was the first shoujo anime. I was like, oh, I get it now.
Yeah, I think Crispin was in that one.
It had the
There-
best
there were a
female
lot of-
protagonist in a romance anime.
I will agree with that.
Haruhi is
That-
the
they were
goat.
like the-
I love her
yeah.
so much.
Was that actually a host club or was that just
Yes.
high schoolers?
Well,
Yeah.
okay, so it was a high school technical club, but I mean that's what they did.
They were like official hosts for their school.
Also, before we get too far ahead, I just want to say, because people have talked about this in the Discord, I'm gonna be real. Like, this is not like at all being like get educated, nerd. But like, when it comes to creature alignment, I'm not married to it, and also neither is the D&D lore.
Yeah.
Just because
Yep.
something is listed in the monster manual as being like lawful good or something, it does not mean that they will stick by that.
Nowadays,
there's
it
a
says
there's a lore
creatures-
way. There's a lore way to describe that, Monty.
Mm-hmm.
For lore nerds, it's a very Eberron approach.
Well, this is my comment to literally everybody when playing D&D is that there is literally a rule written into the book that goes as far back as advanced D&D that says the DM gets to make the rules as long as the party is happy with them. So
The
you
other
can
thing that-
change anything
The
and
other
it's
thing
still official.
the other thing they're doing now is when they reprint books, they actually have it in brackets where it just is usually this alignment,
Oh,
not
yeah,
like
yeah.
it is this alignment.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you're
'Cause,
unhappy
like-
with any of the rules decisions, it's not your table, so you don't have to worry about it.
Literally, Fizzbins has a thing for creating dragons, and even every single good dragon has an evil alignment bond that they can take.
Also, I'm just gonna say this: we've been doing this for like 6 years. You should know by now that this is how this table rolls.
I've been
Yeah.
playing D&D since I was 14. I think I know what we're doing. It's okay, I promise you.
Again,
Yep.
it's not really to like dunk on anybody. It's just to be a little bit transparent because some people were kind of confused, and it's just like no. There's it's a lot more. There's a lot more to it than that.
It's a little more
Connor-
complicated than that.
For example,
Connor, you
not
want-
every
like-
lycanthrope is evil. You'll
To-
notice
what?
there are a lot of like good aligned werewolves and stuff.
No,
in
name
D&D
one.
lore.
Like, for example, this is the best example in Fizzbins. This is creating a brass dragon. One of the ideals it can have is cruelty. The most hilarious thing about lesser creatures who think they're important is how outraged they get when I hurt them, which is an evil. Yeah, like there's
Golly.
Man.
Got him.
because brass dragons are really whimsical, but this is like a vicious sort of like whimsy, right?
That's
So-
like
It's just a social experiment.
it's a little
That's-
sociopathic
Oh my
for
God.
sure.
That's
Yeah.
a very Fey response. I'm gonna be real.
I mean, in regards to the Orun clergy and the dragon that was helping them out in campaign 1, sovereignty is their flaw. Other creatures lack my wisdom and must be controlled to prevent wrongdoing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's all sorts of. Fizzbins is great, by the way. Honestly, like I highly
yeah.
recommend.
Fizzband literally out here with brass dragons. I will destroy Spira to save it.
Connor, you want to take us around the horn?
Yeah.
Let's go. Gaijin Goomba, where can they find you and what are you up to?
I am profusely sweating. Except not really. You can find me twitch.tv/GaijinGoomba, no H. Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday, 7 p.m. Central. I have Minion Orc video that has been out. If you want to learn 40k Orc vernacular, my OC Glitstock is happy to inform. I'm getting a little personal in the video that's coming up in probably the next 2 or 3 days. Over at Game Glitstock, yes, that's the channel name. Because 10th edition for orcs, especially with their codex, it's looking spicy in like the best ways possible. I've been talking to some old players and they're like, no, this is the best that the codex has ever been. I'm like, I came in at the right time. But aside from that, I also have another video coming out, very likely going to be a Witch Ninja on Deathmaster Snitch for all of you fantasy folk. So that's pretty much on the list. There, because of FPS. Oh, Zeta, what was it called for Steam? FPS, the flashback. What was it? Crap.
Oh, the sale?
Yeah. I can't remember what it was called.
I got you. Hold on. FPS Fest.
Fest, yeah, FPS Fest. Because of that, I've also been eating good on the streaming front. So I'll probably just get like 5 or 6 of those and just go for it. I've been curious about Postal, so we'll see how it goes. The new one. It's me.
Right on. Up next, we got Mark Allen Jr.
Oh,
Oh.
hello.
So you cut out very briefly. It was weird.
Yeah, my internet's been a little funky tonight. But anyway, you can find me on Twitter and Blue Sky at Mark Allen Jr. Here on Twitch at Aeon Protect Gaming. You can find me on TikTok at Mark Allen Jr. VA and follow my fat sleepy cat Bunny on Instagram at Chonk4Life. Tomorrow or today, if you're on the East Coast and further east, there's a little anime coming out called An Archdemon's Dilemma: How to Love Your Elf Bride. The English dub is going up on Crunchyroll. Check it out. I get the distinct honor to play Barbados, character type I don't get to play very often. Had a lot of fun with it, and excited for you guys to see what we did. It's a sweet little anime. If you haven't heard anything about it, don't let the name fool you. It's very, very, very nice. So check it out. Also, come by my streams on Sunday. We do a 3-hour music challenge where I spin a wheel with a music genre wheel. And whatever comes up, I've got 3 hours to make a song in that genre. It's a good time if you like to see my creative process with music, as well as see like the kinds of music I can make in a very short period of time and how that all goes down. Come on by. We'll have fun. I usually raid one of these goofballs who are on after me as well. So, yeah, check it out. That's it for me.
Excellent. Up next, we got Zito.
God.
You have ruined this stream, whoever you are. You have ruined this stream for
I
now
want
and
your
forever.
name, dude.
Heaven
No, it
forbid
was-
you exercise self-control, though.
Excuse me, what are you fucking talking about? I'm sorry, self-control. I'm the most control self.
That's control self-delete. Fucking go.
Yep. Delete system 32.
I don't think fighters can learn that spell.
You can find me over at twitch.tv/Zito, where tomorrow is, once again, carts. SRB2K, we have a modded server. A friend of mine actually... Okay, Gaijin, you might like this too. A buddy of mine on the server told me how to possibly port forward for a Jabroni Brawl server, so I can finally get that game up and going. Yeah,
Okay.
so we don't have to fucking worry about randos, which is really, really nice. So that might be a future stream. And once cards is over, either it'll take up the whole night or I'll switch over to VR chat again because I just want to play Uno again. That game is disgusting on VR chat and I love it. The emotions get so fucking wild and it's great. Beyond that, please consider going to my Patreon if you want more 5e content. If you put in $10 right now, you'll get a lot of previews of content that I've been working on that's going to be in the next supplement that's coming out very, very soon. You can get that stuff right now. Maybe even cut content that might not make it into the book, but it is yokai themed. And the next thing I'm going to be working on is a bard subclass that fucks with time.
Ooh.
Yes. So that will be what I'll be adding on to the playtest afterwards. But then after that, it might be... Actually, no, that's not true. I might also be adding in a possessed, like a yokai possessed bloodline for sorcerer as well. So lots of things are happening. If you join the playtest group, you get that information as it comes out, unless you want to just wait for the actual book to come out on the storefront, which it will. Followed up by that will be a new update for the Living Index, which 2.0 will come out with a couple of more races and a lot more lore dump for the world of fiction. So if you were interested in that one game I ran, it's that world. And there's lots of stuff I can show you about and write about. So I hope you consider checking that out. I will post a link in chat. And yeah, that's me.
Excellent. Edward Bosco, where can they find you? What are you up to?
You can find me at EdBoscoVA on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, and right here on twitch.tv/EdwardBosco. You'll all be very proud of me. I didn't watch the Bulls game tonight, but we won. We beat Atlanta. We're moving on to fight the Miami Heat to try to get in the playoffs. So, yeah, didn't watch a single second of it as much as I wanted to.
It's because you knew you didn't have to worry about Jimmy Butler.
No, well, we beat the Hawks, so I didn't have to worry about Trae Young. Now I have to worry about Jimmy Buckets.
Yeah, now you have to worry.
Also, it amuses me greatly that somebody named Rose just said Chicago sucks, and that kills me. Yeah, that's me. You already know what I'm up to.
Right on. Monty Glue, where can they find you? What are you up to?
You can find me at Monty Glue on Twitter. You can find me at Blue Sky of Monty Glue. You can find me at twitch.tv/Monty Glue. And Monty Glue on YouTube. Tomorrow is up in the air. I'm not sure if we're going to have Dungeon of the Mad Mage because a friend is visiting town. But my D&D game before Dungeon of the Mad Mage is also potentially on hiatus. I don't know what's going on. Tomorrow's going to be a confusing mess, but, you know, we'll figure it out. But Friday, we'll be doing some more Final Fantasy. We're in Post Realm Reborn. We just defeat Leviathan. And we're going to do more side story stuff. We had a lot of dog petting last session, so that was a lot of fun. And then on Mondays, hopefully we'll get back to Mass Effect. Sorry, last week was just kind of crazy and I needed a rest day, but we're hopefully going to get back into more Mass Effect. Beyond that, that should be everything for me. Oh yeah, I have a throne too, I guess.
Forgot to mention it at the top.
We forgot to list our thrones. Yeah.
Yeah, we have thrones. You see.
What?
You're not allowed on mine, chat.
Go on his throne, chat. Just do it.
I don't have a throne. I can't link anything.
Good.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We should make Bosco a throne.
I know.
Why?
I
That's a
know for
terrible
a fact
idea.
I can't link mine in the chat, so
We'll make him a throne, and then we'll smash it with a sledgehammer.
you'll have to just
Oh
go
my
to my
God.
Twitch and find the link.
Adrenaline
on my
in
channel
my
page.
Why can't you link yours in the chat?
I don't have the privileges to post links in the
He's,
chat.
he's not mod.
Oh, why haven't we modded you? We can mod you.
That'd be silly. You don't want to do that.
Chat, listen. Listen. I don't need a blanket and pillow set that's based off of the logo from Shin Bowls. But I could. It would be really fucking funny if I got it.
Oh
Maybe
my
even
god, Shin Ramium blanket set.
Yeah, dude.
Wait,
Amazing.
fucking 1832 non-firing Age French percussion replica? What the? You want a French bayonet gun?
It's a prop, Monty. It's also like it's the primary to this thing.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Also, those are some good headphones.
Yeah, no, mine are actually falling apart, and those are the
Oh,
exact brands I'm
the
using.
S87.
Yeah.
We're all just looking at each other's thrones now.
Dude.
Well, you
All right,
know
I'm
who
going to tell
else
you right
has
now,
a
that
throne?
Stream Deck, that's too many buttons. You don't need all those buttons.
No, that's a lie. I could use so many more buttons.
It's Zito.
But
Bosco.
yeah,
That's my.
yeah,
That would Bosco. That's gonna be my dedicated shitpost soundboard.
oh yeah, but you can create folders. It's way all right, fine.
Listen, Connor,
You know
where
who
can they
else
find
has
you
a
and what are
throne?
you up to?
They
This
can
episode
find
brought
me
to you
on
by Throne.
Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, and Blue Sky Distortion. Live stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Yeah, just doing the usual usual stuff. Yes. Check out my DM's Guild where I make homebrew content. Currently working on some other stuff as well in the background. Don't worry about that. You'll find out about that soon. But this episode is brought to you in part by Die Hard Dice.
If you want to roll for a dwarven host club night manager,
Who will see through pretty much everybody's homelands.
Not I.
she tried her best. She got you wrong. She got Milo and the boys right though.
Milo and the Boys, my favorite band.
Milo and the boys.
Milo and the Boys.
Is that girl a boy too? Yes.
That sounds like such
Hell
a Beach
yeah.
Boys like sounding band.
Milo and the Boys.
What would
Anyway,
Olam's
Connor?
band be? Oh, okay, never mind.
Mark, you have a
episode was
Taco
brought
Bell
to you in
gift
part
card?
by Die
Yes.
Hard Dice.
I need my
Die
Baja
Hard
Blast.
That's just all
Dice.
Baja. Oh yeah, Die Hard Dice.
Die Hard Dice.
Yeah. You can use the code Unexpectables. Save 10% on your order when you shop at dieharddice.com. As well, secondary sponsor for this week is the Wandering Tavern.
Woo!
Wandering Tavern is a fantastic TTRPG agnostic setting inspired by the works of Studio Ghibli. Currently made by Homie and the Dude of Sky Zephyrs fame. The Kickstarter, should you decide to back it, comes with a huge, unique TTRPG agnostic setting that can be plugged into any world, complete with history, battle maps, NPCs, plot hooks, new unique mechanics, including mechanics to build your own airships, magical items, 7 illegal trades, and more.
You could do a crime.
Check out our
can.
friends Homie and the Dude for more information.
Kickstart your
Wandering
crime
Tavern.
with Kickstart your crime with the Wandering Tavern.
Kickstart your ultimate heist today.
Play as the Wanderers to fight the residential.
Also, check out our store, our spring store. You get all sorts of Unexpectables merch. You can pick a design, and then you can pick a piece of apparel, or you can pick a mug or a water bottle, or basically whatever you can think of, and you can make it into merch.
Hot.
We also couldn't do this week in, week out without bits and subs from viewers like you. And where do we leave off on this?
I believe it was Morth Randor with the 200 bits. I think it was the one I was about to read.
Morth Randor with 200.
Hopefully, I remembered correctly.
Morth Randor, thank you for the 200 bits. We love you, Cal. Veen and
Aw.
Norvius, thank you for the 21 bits. Did you hear that the CEO of WotC and Hasbro Games is stepping down?
Oh.
Interesting.
Didn't hear that actually.
Odd. Funny.
This must be very
that is an
recent.
event that happened. Yeah.
That has to be pretty
Wow.
recent, yeah.
If that's true, we'll have to see how that shakes up the TTRPG world. Bubba Bob, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey Zito, I got the living index last week and I noticed that some of the races don't have their race-specific feats. Are they something they're going to be added later?
No. Because D&D has been doing this as well. It's actually way better to minimize confusion and get rid of like people's like option paralysis by just giving them their own race. And I actually do like that. It's a lot cleaner. So sub races are gone, but the main core of what makes the races their own unique thing are still there. So you're getting the best of condensed into a better package. So yes, they are gone, but there's a good reason for it.
Excellent, excellent. Like Tabuya, thank you for the 50 bits. So with the new Kickstarter sponsor, is one of the stretch goals an edible book? No.
Anything's edible if you eat it.
I don't believe so.
That is not true.
Anything's
Bosco.
edible if you eat it.
It's
That
true.
is not true.
Anything is edible if you eat it, Bosco 2024.
Magma is edible once.
Famous.
No,
It
it's
is- listen,
drinkable ones.
It's edible. You can consume it. I just wouldn't recommend trying it a second time.
I mean, you don't have to drink the forbidden jello, but you can if you still want to.
I would argue that you can't drink it because it would burn through your mouth before you swallowed it.
Yeah, but you at least attempted.
Let's move away from hurting ourselves, shall we?
Blackfoot Fair, thank you for the 420 bits. Warksmurf Pikachu Hodor. Wealthy Hobo, thank you for the 100 bits. Popping in on the break, love the show. Got to 2-hour round commute, so campaigns like this keep this and Lanny's keep me sane on the road.
Aw.
Hey.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hey,
Nice.
good company.
Thanks for driving with us.
Burnout Vaughn, thank you for the 100 bits. Ironically, the safety muffin usually precedes a war crime.
Yeah, actually, that also does precede a war crime usually.
Oh shit, it really is a grenade.
Muffin out.
Faye Raven, thank you for the 500 bits. Hey, y'all, gonna catch the VOD. Been catching up, and had to stop with Gateway after picking up the Super Mutant at Sarah's Character Vault for a bit, as I'm somehow burning out on things. So I have to get back into Ravenloft again. Last I remember, we was getting to the Fog Wall for the first time. Hope you all have a great night. Yeah.
You as well.
Oh, enjoy.
Big Boss Skullcracker, thank you for the 9 months. Time to rock and stone.
Rock and stone.
Rock and stone.
Rock and stone.
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't going home.
Warhammer thing,
Blackfoot Ferret, thank you for the 1.3k bits. Gauze21, thank you for the 10 bits. This dwarf is stacked.
Yeah.
She's a brick.
Oh yeah. She is a solid lady.
I can't tell if you're doing Brick House or Ghostbusters. What is happening? With this melody? She's a brick.
We are so unhinged tonight. Let's finish these.
This is my fault. I've done this.
Yes, you have.
Hashtag
Mortalia, thank you for
Hashtag
the
blame
48
Bosco.
months of Prime.
Ooh.
Like Tabuya, thank you for the 100 bits. Orun, God of the Sun and Watchtowers, as Milo peeks on a pair of new celestial bodies. It seems only natural that he builds his own tower.
I hate
All
this.
right, all
I
right.
hate this.
I love it.
Emerald Bandit, thank you for the 100 bits. Shout out to Hop and Frog Ale, Ohio Brewery represent.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh my fucking god. Toaster-shaped bath bomb. Thank you for the
Oh no!
What? I'm sorry. What was
What?
that name?
Did you say toaster-shaped bath bond?
That is correct.
Bath bomb.
You get a
Bath
plus
bomb,
2
okay.
from me.
Jesus.
Still getting caught up with the VOD, so I
What?
wanted to throw a sub and show some support. You
Thanks.
can show some support by staying away from my tub.
I'm just saying, if it's a toaster shaped, it might only be a one use.
Tiny Silky Moth, thank you for the year of Prime subbage.
Wow.
Callum Draws, thank you for the 5 bits. Here, I wrote a song about you guys. Come.
Oh my god, yeah, Milo's gonna. Okay.
Thank God I was not the only one who thought that as well. I was
my whole end game at this point is just to have Kier write the opening theme song. So
He's writing a song about you though. That's something he's gonna be
that's
doing.
cool.
I'll make
Kier.
Kai write the opening theme song. Fuck you, Kier.
Kier
I'll do it.
writes the intro song, Song, Axe, and Arrow. None of us are a bard. None of us are a barbarian. None of us are a ranger. And Callum Draws with the titular 20 bits episode title, Orun's High Scale Host Club.
Yeah, we wrote that one down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Ace Bounty, thank you for the 200 bits. Was a fun session. Episode title, Into the Earth's Bosom.
All right, that's a little overt.
Mm.
All right,
Dice
I'm
Ruler.
okay.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Milo's going on a deep
Okay.
dive.
Dice Ruler, thank you for the 4 bits. Milo, are you alright? Milo, old internet boot up noise.
Modem startup.
Dial up.
Draconian 9, thank you for the 45 months honk.
Jesus.
Callum Dross, thank you for the 10 bits. How much snake wine was Milo drinking this episode?
Not enough.
Apparently.
Too much. He was turning purple. Zen Leader, thank you for the
All the
100
blood was
bits.
rushing somewhere else.
The whole scene with Bertha, Milo's just going, none of these thoughts are in Orun's teachings.
All right, I'm gonna say it now. I wasn't trying to be perverse. I was trying to channel.
No, you.
No,
No,
leave it.
you were.
You know the cool kid from Billy and Mandy who finally breaks when Mandy gets a makeover. That is him. That is him.
Right.
So you were doing great. That's not going to stop the rest of us. We'll be prude on your behalf.
You want to go to prom?
No.
That kind of energy.
Dwarf prom.
Pie eater.
Like Dabuya, thank you for the 100 bits. So if this Kickstarter sponsorship is... Oh, wait. No, already read that one.
You read that one.
Yep, read that one.
Callum Draws, thank you for the 10 bits. Plot twist, Kier was Lorian all along.
I knew
That'd be
it.
amazing.
all
I'd be
along.
super down for that.
Cool.
And that's it.
Cool.
All right. I had a raid suggestion, so did Zito.
Is it a good one, though?
Zito, I'm leaning towards mine because it's just too perfect, honestly.
All right.
Octo's streaming Dwarf Fortress right now.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect.
Oh my god.
It feels very appropriate. So, if you
what's
guys are okay
the
with
raid
that.
message.
Double dwarf action, I feel like, is appropriate.
Double
Oh
dwarf.
my goodness.
Double dwarf.
But Miles
Double
not
The power.
If a dwarf gets bitten by another dwarf, does they become a
Mushroom,
double
thank you for the 1,000 bits.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Glad I got here half in time to end watch all on Unexpectables Season 1.
Oh.
Currently on episode 51, so I won't be staying. Oh, okay.
Oh, enjoy.
We wish you
enough.
luck.
Yeah.
You got a lot
we
left.
we hope to see you back here in about 6 months.
It's been a while since we rated him. Everyone be nice to Octo.
It's been a while.
Double dwarf action. See you
See
guys.
Dwarf action.
See you guys next week for Ironkind.
Mm.
It's kind of iron.
Going kind of.
Go hit that, Milo.